That is really cute. That is really she doesn't because you hate it. No, I'm just too oh, but it doesn't stand it. Oh. Are you gonna hang with us or Dad? You're helping. You guys can take care. It's gonna be. Is that your sister? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I haven't been over it recently. You know, the Dr. Lee. I can put it about.
Hi, Lori. I'm doing well. Yourself? Doing okay?
Yeah.
Good. The inaugural Christian Succeed. Wow. That's good enough. Yeah, you can have them around. That's good enough.
It is. I just sat back.
Exactly. Exactly. That's a good system. Good for you. Send them home. Come back to the end. Don't let the door hit you. Yeah, I hear you.
City, I don't know. So this is the fourth time I'd like to bring.
All right, sir.
Good to see you at that Memorial Day thing.
Well,
It's a nice event. Well, a great turnout. I love to see it. All the kids
That's the key. Keep passing that on.
If not, we're gonna lose it.
A
Can't
lot
do
of-
that.
a lot of cities in town. No, good for you.
Not Fremont, right? We won't let that happen.
Hey, Dev. Not bad. I need some very fast tutoring. I have heart for potentially pushing people. I mean, I know we're not directly, but I talked about it a little bit last time.
Yeah, it's in the ETJ. Already kind of know. Something's coming.
Yeah. But the land is in the family. Go ahead. Maybe so they've signed, okay, so they've been notified, but they've not signed or okay. Okay. With that. So they just, so choose. I mean, obviously, their land was in the family before they got to come up here. So I was just trying to. I thought maybe I was missing something.
Stay the course. Still, hold the line. You can write that. You can. That'd be close to your line. Yeah.
Once kids don't get started.
Yeah, why can't, but we have a precedent
Right. House. I'm gonna forward it.
In, or was it Gifford had? He got carved out his own.
You don't have a bid,
So,
but you
and I thought. Well, I'm just saying there's a precedent with his, with that move for carving something out. Okay, this is zone system. We're giving you a special use. And conditional.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna
Yeah, I just said you. Well, I'm thinking about something. Oops. In the family. And my brother owns it, so there's the farmhouse door.
The city.
You did what
I made copies. I made copies. But I didn't bring.
Well, and my point is, it should still be their choice. You know, for example, if they want to expand our farm, for example, it's been there for hundreds of years.
So like I said,
Well, but that's not, we're not saying
That's the packet for
in so many words, there has to be an exception granted at the time. It's not guaranteed.
most of them will give you
I don't read it all.
Yeah, but I mean, let's say the family wants to stay there long term. They want to put a small barn.
Okay, welcome everyone. The time is 6:30. We'll go ahead and open public comment. Views expressed by individuals during public comment do not necessarily reflect the views of the city of Fremont and have not been verified by accuracy by the city. As a reminder, city council and staff are not permitted to respond to comments or questions during the public comment period in accordance with Fremont Municipal Code Section 2-103. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person and shall not contain topics included on this evening's agenda. There's also comment cards in the back. If you do wish to speak, please come up and sign in. First person on is Scott Preston.
Scott Preston, 1717 East 12th Street. I was disappointed when my wife came home from the library summer reading kickoff last week and told me that there were staff members wearing "I read banned books" buttons on their name tags. There were at least a couple reasons why this is troubling. "I read banned books" has become political and polarizing, and the buttons expose a bias against a group of people that the library is supposed to be serving. The buttons are clearly a shot at those of us who have been trying to shine a light on books that are inappropriate for the age they're aimed at. Given that, why would I have any expectation that the people wearing these buttons would make any attempt to work with us or value our input when it comes to revising the selection policy? With these buttons, they're making their opinions and bias clearly known. Also, I think wearing these buttons as city employees on city time comes very close to the solicitation that's forbidden in the city's employee handbook. To be clear, I have no issue with these buttons being worn when people are on their own time as citizens, but they should not be worn when they're representing Fremont. It also bothers me that these buttons were worn at an event designed for kids. I have to wonder, what kinds of questions are they hoping to stir up in the minds of children? But before I get to that, let's look at some of the books on the most recent list of the most challenged books, according to the ALA. Genderqueer, a young adult graphic novel challenged for illustrations of masturbation, oral sex, sex toys, erections, and a fantasy image of a man holding another man's penis. Lawn Boy, a young adult book challenged for multiple descriptions of sex acts between 10-year-old boys. All Boys Aren't Blue, a young adult book challenged for descriptions of sexual intercourse, masturbation, oral sex, incest, and child molestation. Flamer, a young adult graphic novel, which features a scene with boys in a scout group masturbating into a bottle, with one of the boys claiming that if you didn't do it, you had to drink it. And Looking for Alaska, a young adult book, which includes descriptions of oral sex and pornographic films. So they want to read books aimed at young adults with scenes of minors engaging in sexual activities? If that's the case, how in the world can we trust their judgment or the judgment of similarly minded book vendors who supply lists of books for purchase? And back to the idea of the questions raised in young minds. Are they hoping kids will read books against their parents' wishes? I mean, if they themselves read banned books, then they must be promoting that it's a good idea, right? I was under the impression that the library wanted parents to be involved in their children's reading decisions, but maybe that's not exactly true. Are they trying to entice kids to read books containing explicit sexual acts? What exactly is the purpose of those buttons? Now, I'm not sure about that, but I'm certain that it's not appropriate for city employees to be wearing them, especially if they want to maintain the illusion that they want to work with us to create a book selection policy that protects children while also protecting and representing diversity of thought.
Larry Marvin.
Good afternoon or evening. My name is Larry Marvin, and I live at 1945 Morningside Road, apartment 124, Fremont, Nebraska. I'm here to fire our entire city council for allowing our city-owned railroad siding to be in such a neglectful condition at Johnson Road at our city-owned railroad crossing. A few weeks ago, I read in the Fremont Tribune that our Nebraska Department of Roads had addressed drivers that if their tires or their cars got injured while they were driving on the scraped roads where they were going to resurface, that the state will pay them, reimburse them. And so there was that, and I haven't seen it where you people have done that for the city, for us people using the Johnson Road there by the Johnson Crossing School. And I stopped out there probably 3 or 4 weeks ago to see if you were doing anything. And there were 3 big trucks from the Union Pacific. And I asked them, I said, are you guys going to fix that? And they said, no, that's the power plants. So that's our power plant, our socialism power plant, where we collectively bought it like a cooperative and we sell to ourselves. That's our power plant. I'm a stockholder in that, just as you are, and you're our representatives. And that crossing, if you go out there and look at it, is a disgrace. On Friday, I was there again. Nothing was done, and a pickup stopped there, and the gentleman in it, I told him that I thought that was disgraceful, and he said he was the same. And he said his name was Dr. V, like in Victor, Dr. V. And I could tell you his opinion too, is the same as mine or worse. So I'm not a lawyer to represent him, but I am a messenger to tell you that. On Friday, last Friday, or this is from the 23rd. So last Friday, from the 23rd, I called the city office, which in my old phone book had a number for the city administrator. So I called that, and nobody answered it for about 10 rings, and the secretary from the utility department answered it. And I told her I was trying to call the administrator of the city, and she said that they were from the utility department, I guess. So I told her what I was wanting to get that communication to you people. And she said she would have to see who it does. And she talked to somebody else in the office, and they said they would find out who to give it to. And I told her, then tell them that I'm Larry and I'm going to come and fire you for the 4th time, because I've told you before on things that I think you neglect. Is it time up?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. But that's it. Morningside Road, railroad that we own. And I have a copy for each one of them. I'll lay them over here so you each can have a copy of that.
Sandra Murray.
Sandra Murray, 1745 North Nye Avenue. First of all, I'd like to explain to everyone here what I mean by the woke movement, because I'm going to be speaking about that. The bottom line is that the woke movement attempts to reconstruct the moral foundations of the American Republic in order to amass and consolidate power over others via fear. First, the secular theology seeks to dismantle the building blocks of society, such as community, family, faith, free markets, and responsible liberty. It also attempts to emasculate good men and demean values-driven women, all to supposedly create a new utopian world. Let me begin by saying that I realize that you, our mayor and our city council, are getting really tired of listening to everything pertaining to what we've been talking about for the last 6 months. However, in response to your last vote on the subject, you have invited the issue to continue to be debated. What went on at the last meeting was an insult to the community. The public outpouring outweighed your vote by a long shot. And thank you, Joey, Glenn, Paul, and Dev, for your support. What you did was good. For the rest, I question whether you represented your constituents or did you represent our woke librarians. As for now, here are some issues we will address with you. Our librarians now wear the lapels, as Scott said. I read banned books while teaching a children's summer program. They have not done this in the past. Another indication as to their grooming agenda being continued. Keene had a little over half of the American Library Association's most contested books for 10 years. Now they have 85% of the top contested books. Why? Once again, this points to the agenda to sexualize our children with taxpayer money. There has been a backlash stating concern about fundraising efforts to complete construction at the library. It has been implied that my efforts have somehow compromised that. No. Before I contested a book, there was well over a $2 million deficit. Cuts to the finishes in the library had already been made. The library applied for a civic and community funding grant from the state of Nebraska. They did not receive it. Taxpayers in Fremont were told this new library will not be funded with taxpayer money. I understand the library will be approaching the city council to ask for millions needed to complete construction. Explain how that is not taxpayer funded. Fremont has a slush fund of $20 million. Will our taxpayer money be used to sexually groom children and indoctrinate them with this woke agenda? Where's the budget? What about the balance of money due on finishing the library? When will the community be able to speak to that? Tonight, you will vote to fund a $70,000 security system for the library, a security system in a library that ascribes to indoctrinating children.
Barb Bushy.
Barb Bushy. I live at 2037 East First here in Fremont, Nebraska. This is the United States where we all have the right to have differences of opinions. And I have always wholeheartedly defended everyone's right, whether I agree with it or not. Many of my friends are of a different political party and some I don't even know. We have always been able to discuss our differences without names calling. At the last meeting, a man stood up at the podium stating his opinion, and that was his right to express it till his last sentence when he called those people who perhaps had a different opinion pedophiles. If you want to talk about dividing a city, that's dividing a city. I was highly offended and disgusted with his name calling. I doubt that he knew many of us in attendance or what our real opinions were. I don't recall advocating for or against any book at this meetings. I don't like the way this controversy was brought to the city council and the media, though I have to believe if those protesting certain books gone to the library director in the first place, an agreeable conclusion may have been arrived. I do not advocate for children's knowledge and awareness of the world. I do advocate for children's knowledge and awareness of the world around them. Two women, myself included, and Susan have divulged being sexually abused when we were young. This was not to be pitied or for sympathy. I was a victim as a youth, but I grew into a survivor. Not everyone that's abused is that fortunate. Speaking for myself, the lack of knowledge at the time to tell anyone and perhaps save others, for which I have, regretted. The consequences have stayed with me my entire life, some of which I had blocked from my memory until this book controversy got started. I will say opening up about it has helped me in dealing. And with that, with that trauma I have experienced, and I am thankful for that. Please consider teaching children. This is what I do advocate for. Please consider teaching children these words describing human anatomy. Everyone in this room has breasts. We all have buttocks. From a very young age, children should be made to hear these words and be comfortable with it, not be ashamed or shocked. Some people in this room have vaginas, others have penises. I'd wager there is no two exactly alike. That's by God's wishes. Also, teach them it's okay to say no and to be able to confide in a parent, a caregiver, a teacher, a pastor, a priest, a youth pastor, a guidance counselor, or friend.
I'll have to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay, I sat in the back at the last meeting and witnessed one person who could not contain himself, jumping up and down, clapping with glee. Yes, they are entitled to their right, but to speak, but I might have my opinion and they acted like a clown and a jerk. I hear comments that this controversy has divided Fremont. Again, my opinion, the man calling us all pedophiles divided it. Thank you.
Glenn Kai.
"3:30 today, Luther Road Detour, the Luther Road Detour, get that detour? Was closed by a standing train. Luckily, it finally cleared about 3:47. Have you ever watched a vehicle rodeo where your cars are moving and backing and turning and trying to get around each other at the same time? 12 cars were caught behind the train when they all decided to turn around. And that's exactly the way it looked, like a vehicle rodeo. While the cars were turning around, here comes another 10 cars following the detour. Notice detour, and a semi trying to get to the integrated seed to make a delivery. He couldn't make the turn because all the vehicles sitting there at the stop sign. There were even people turning around in the middle of the intersection between all this hubbub that was going on. This is only day one of the said Bell Street detour. It sure looks to me like it'd be a detour down Morningside to Highway 275 and marked all the way up to 23rd Street exit and come around down 23rd to Bell Street. I don't see how a detour can be safely run through a residential area and how it could be considered safe for the public. There's cars parked on one side, kids playing up and down on the other side. And this wasn't even during rush hour. It was just in the middle of the afternoon. That's not counting the trains that kept moving during the day. Oh, and another thought. Why are the Lincoln poultry trucks and the Holstone pig trucks still using Morningside Road if the Great South Beltway that the taxpayers of Fremont paid for is open far enough for them to deliver their goods? Thank you.
Brad Yerger.
Brad Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. Thank you for taking public comment again tonight. And on a somewhat different note from others, I have a few items that I'd like to bring to your attention. First has to do with the detour. The closing of the Bell Street Viaduct and rerouting of traffic. I understand the city engineer has published a traffic detour plan, which will put southbound Bell Street passenger vehicle onto First Street, then east across Luther to Luther, and then south to Morningside. This will be a significant traffic load into the residential area where traffic was recently slowed due to student safety issues and the proximity of two schools. The traffic pattern may not be avoidable, but speeding will need to be closely monitored. More importantly, semi and heavy truck traffic will need to be prohibited and enforced. The engineer's memo said trucks will be expected to use the existing posted routes. What are those exactly? The truck route needs to be communicated and the detour fixed on fixed signage or mobile electronic signage, and it needs to be clear. Signs should also be clearly posted on northbound Luther and westbound First Street, prohibiting semis and heavy truck axles by weight. If we don't do those kind of things, we're putting our students back in jeopardy, which we attempted to rectify by lowering the speed limit. Next, I'd like to talk a little bit about commitment and responsibility. I'd like to ask if this council believes that you each have the responsibility and obligation to strictly follow and enforce state statutes, open meetings law, Fremont Municipal Code, and Robert's Rules of Order. I assume that everyone would agree that adherence to all is required in your positions. With that said, I want to point out a few things that require your attention. Over the last several meetings, I've observed the following. Additional public comment was allowed by the mayor and legal after it had been ruled closed. This occurred when a council member had the floor and was in the process of making a motion. Dialogue and debate is occurring among council members, with many speaking several times on given agenda items. This is the way meetings should have always been conducted, but unfortunately, it currently violates the muzzle ordinance that only allows each member to speak once before and after public comment for a period of 5 minutes. An amendment, an appointment agenda section has been added, and the handling of the consent agenda items have both served to stifle public speaking opportunities. Such efforts run counter to the intent of the Open Meetings Act and the Attorney General's admonition that the public bodies should err on the side of transparency and participation by the public. At the last meeting, 2 individuals were called to speak during the appointments agenda section, but the remaining public was denied the opportunity to speak. The librarian's claim of inadvertent error regarding the violation of Fremont Municipal Code that requires an annual CIPA certification has not yet been corrected since it came to light several meetings ago.
I have to ask you to wrap it up.
I'll close with this. What's the holdup with the landscaping at the Tech Park detention cell? Why is it not commenced yet? I encourage you to consider these observations and take the appropriate corrective measures. Thank you for your time.
Okay, the time is 6:49. We still have 11 minutes left in open public comment. Anybody that joined has an opportunity to speak on any item that's not on the agenda for up to 3 minutes. There's also comment cards in the back. If you wish to speak, please come up and sign in. Go ahead. We can go ahead and go. Thank you.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 Northeast Street here in Fremont. The last meeting, you had denied people to have anything removed off the consent agenda. Contrary to what your published agenda says, that you will allow council and others to withdraw something as needed or wanted from the consent agenda. Published, posted, printed, same thing as tonight's. The topic I wanted removed was just a TIF, not that I'm against it because I've been supportive of it in past as a council member. On there, it had noted on your report that 26% of the overall city limits land in its jurisdictional area within the city limits has been declared blighted and substandard. My question, one of them, was how much of that has yet to be declared, or excuse me, used as TIF? What percentage of land is already TIFed? And what percentage is left to TIF? And are there any requests or designs, which I've been told that there are, to push further development, low and moderate income, or TIF, not based on age as much? So that was one of my questions. The other thing I had was that I retain a lot of paper. So when you see over the years, I've had a lot of paper piled higher and deeper. I'm one of those. However, I looked back at the report from April of 2021, and I compared it to what was presented to you in May of 2023. And I noted that the years remaining on the different entities were only a year off. So for instance, this year, what has 3 years remaining on South Broad Street Development, which is the Health and Human Services Call Center, 2 years ago had 4 years remaining. So my point on wanting to remove that from the agenda was to have that clarified as well. There's a benefit overall to the community to have things TIFed. You bring businesses in, you give them a benefit of having their tax dollars that they would pay on any increases to go to their infrastructure. And it helps take the heat off the city to supply that free without cost. So in essence, we kind of pay ourselves back with that. And the added benefit is at the end of that, we all reap the benefit of those added tax dollars because in order to be TIFed, they have to be within city limits. So again, I'm not an opponent of TIF. I would just like to have had the opportunity to ask for more explanation. Thank you.
Jesse Spicer.
Jesse Spicer, 1731 County Road 13. Matthew 18:6. But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a great millstone fastened around his neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Council, we come here today to bring to your attention an error which you are accountable to fix. The city has, by putting this book in the public library, endorsed the information within, and even now encourages the lifestyle promoted by it. Do not be deceived. It is sin. The text is demonstrably irredeemable. We cannot compromise with sin, for the Lord does not compromise. He will have his way in the end. John 3:19 through 20. And this is the judgment. The light has come into the world, and the people loved the darkness rather than the light, because their works were evil. For everyone who does wicked things hates the light and does not come into the light, lest his works should be exposed. The man after his own flesh desires that which is dark and sinful. To encourage or to even normalize sin in the sight of children is to sow the seeds of our own destruction. This cannot be escaped, for God is not mocked. We are all subject to God's rule, but you are responsible for upholding it. As Romans 13:1 states, there is no authority except from God. If you are so prideful to think that you can disagree with God and be right, you are gravely mistaken. For God is truth itself. To disagree with him is to embrace lies and sin. So, as June comes upon us, let us repent of our sins and be who Christ has called us to be. Let's pray. Father, we come to you in humility. We beg you for your mercy on us. We repent of this grave sin which we have committed against you. We pray that your light will shine and your righteousness will fill the city, and that all will come to see you. But above all else, your will be done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Roger Roach.
My name is Roger, excuse me. My name is Roger Roach at 384 Sunset Drive in Fremont. I want to thank the City Council once again for giving us this time to hear the public concerns about the library book on grooming children called This Is Gay. In Luke 12:48, the Lord is reminding all of us that much is given and much is required. We as responsible citizens and you as elected city officials have been given by God great responsibility in what we say and do here tonight. My father, who was a Baptist minister for over 55 years, also had a big interest in working as a camp director ever since I can remember. And he always took a great interest in the working with young people. Although I was never a preacher like my dad, I was, however, a radio announcer, both here at KCB, KFMT, and KCRO in Omaha, covering a 6-state area for over 6 years, doing a weekly 3-hour Christian rock show called Power Outlet on Sunday nights. It was an outreach that my dad fully supported because it was ministering to young people from junior high to college age. This enabled me to speak to youth groups, high school and college, and do music seminars with Christian rock artists. My son Eddie from Fremont is now a missionary in Cambodia and pastors to a church of over 2,000 with an average age of 19 years old. My point here is not the messenger, but it's the message. Proverbs 22:6 tells us as groomers or trainers to train a child up in the way that they should go, And when they grow up, they will not turn away from it. Making the book, This Is Gay, available even to adults is a book that potentially enables adults to groom children. Is this book so important to be made available to possibly train and endanger the children and families of Fremont? As quoted earlier, Luke 17:2, Jesus doesn't threaten us, but he does warn us of the eternal consequences that we all will face someday, where he tells us that it would be better to have a millstone tied around our necks and tossed into the sea than to cause one of these little ones to stumble. So I pray that you will be obedient to what the Holy Spirit is saying to you tonight and not me. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you as one of many who are concerned about making books like this even available to adult public, let alone to our children. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll go ahead and open up the Community Development Agency meeting and call it to order. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call.
Please vote for roll call. Eight members are present, Mayor.
Okay, item 1 on the agenda is a resolution 2023-001 authorizing mayor to sign duplicate TIF note for Fremont Enterprises LLC.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Travis J. Cott, City Attorney. This is a reissue of the original TIF promissory note issued pursuant to the redevelopment agreement. That agreement was reached in August of 2019. The attorney for the developer contacted me and they need a new original version of the note. They had misplaced their original copy. This doesn't change the terms of anything. It doesn't allow them to use more time in their TIF deferment, but they need it for their purposes to finish the project on their end. I don't have a problem with what they're asking for. So they just need us to issue a new one. So I'll take any questions.
Okay. Any questions for legal counsel? Councilman Ellis?
Can we just give them a copy? Do we have a copy?
We have a copy.
Can we just give them a copy instead of redoing
They
it?
need a new original.
Why is that?
I was told it was something for their financing for the project that they need.
Any other questions for legal? Okay. Comments from the public?
Larry Marvin, 1945 Morningside Road. Did you say that we cannot make a photocopy of the copy so that they
We can't
actually want
answer,
a
we
new
can't
one?
answer questions.
We'll say that
Yeah,
again?
we can't answer back and forth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I misunderstood because I think if they need it, they can get a copy of it. I don't think we need to be paying attorneys to create a new one that might not hold up in court and give them an extra 4 years or something like that. So, to me, it sounded wrong.
Any other comments from the public? Okay. Seeing none, additional comments from council on this item. Councilman Jensen?
If there's no additional comment, I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2023-001.
Councilman Sukram?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Councilman Jensen?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Councilman Sukram?
I'll second that.
Okay, cast your votes to adjourn the Community Development Agency meeting.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned. I'll go ahead and open up the City Council regular meeting. The time is 7:03. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call.
Please vote for roll call.
8 council members are present, Mayor.
Okay. All right, next is mayor's comments. Tonight we have 4 service awards for May that I'd like to recognize these individuals. First, we have Heidi Tim, 5 years of service. Heidi started with the city of Fremont as a customer service assistant in 2018. She got promoted to a customer billing assistant in 2020, then got promoted again to customer services lead in 2021. We had Brad Wentz, 15 years of service. Brad started with the city of Fremont as a line worker apprentice in 2008, then got promoted to a line worker first class in 2011. We have Stephen Stewart, 30 years of service. Stephen has been with the city of Fremont as an equipment operator since 1993. And then finally, here with us today, we have William Veach, 30 years of service. William started with the city of Fremont as a tree trimmer 1 in 1993. Then in 2007, he moved to a maintenance worker 2 in the streets department. And then he recently accepted a promotion to equipment operator. So William, would you please come up and accept your service award for 30 years with the city of Fremont?
Mark? Yeah. Told you I'd be here.
Thank you for being here, sir. Thanks again. Right. All right, next I would like to reiterate or re-announce. So we sent out a press release last week in regards to the creative district for Fremont. So we are recently designated a certified creative district, and this was over 2 years of work, 20 different organizations, nonprofit and others within the city that have been working extremely hard to get this designation. It includes a $10,000 grant, and we'll have many opportunities for new projects in our downtown area and throughout the city that, again, would help it be a great place to live, work, and raise a family, and help it be an attractive place to be. So it also will help us qualify for additional grants in the future. There's of up to $250,000 and maybe more. So I just want to thank all those that over 20 organizations. What an example of when we can come together as a community, what we can accomplish. And I look forward to seeing what the new creative district brings to Fremont. I also would just like to thank all those that helped plan and those that attended yesterday's Memorial Day service out at Fremont Veterans Park. I think we had over 150 people. It was amazing to have the Dodge County Sheriff's Department. We had the police department, the fire department. And it is just great to take a moment to recognize all those that gave the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms, for our freedom to be here, to live in the greatest country in the world. So thank you to all those who attended, make that such a great special event for Fremont. That concludes my comments. We'll go on to item 1 on the agenda, which is a motion to adopt the current agenda for the May 30th, 2023 regular meeting. Take a motion to approve the agenda. Councilman Von Baron.
Move to approve.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to public hearings, which would be item 2, is the second reading of ordinance 5640 on behalf of SCM 10X Fremont 23A for a change of zone from SC suburban commercial to GC general commercial on property generally described as Lot 1 and the west half of Lot 2, Deer 6th Edition, Fremont, Nebraska. We'll now have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This item is related to number 3 on the agenda as well as number 8. Numbers 2 and 3 are the change of zone. Number 8 is a conditional use permit for a drive-through restaurant. The first one of these, this particular item is just for the specific property, properties that are surrounding the restaurant that is proposed. The second change of zone expands it to include all of the SC commercial that's on, I think, about 6 lots across that area that's surrounded by general commercial development. Somehow, when the zoning was updated, there had been 3 different commercial categories. This was moved down to SC instead of up to GC. Previously, drive-through restaurants were allowed, like Taco Bell and Hardee's. Currently, they're non-conforming. So these 2 items first would allow the proposed drive-through restaurant that you'll see in item number 8. And then the next item just continues that change of zone across that strip on Elk Lane and 23rd Street. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Okay. We'll open the public hearing. Seeing no comments, we'll close the public hearing. Additional comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion. This would be to hold second reading for ordinance 5640. Councilman Sukram.
I'll make the motion for the second reading of ordinance 5640.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as pertains to zoning map to rezone the property generally located at the southwest corner of Deer Lane and Elk Lane from SC suburban commercial to GC general commercial, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on second reading.
Okay. Okay, moving on to item 3, which is the second reading of ordinance 5641 on behalf of the city of Fremont for a change of zone from SC suburban commercial to GC general commercial on property generally described as lot 1, block 1, Deer Second Edition, lot 2 R1 and lot 2 R2, Deer Second Edition, replat of lot 2, Deer Second Edition, replat of block 2, lots 1 and 2, lot 1, Deer Second Edition, and replat of block 2, lots 1 and 2, Fremont, Nebraska.
Mayor, members of City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the second part of that change of zone that's being proposed by the Planning Director. I'd be happy to answer questions that you might have.
Councilman Jensen.
The only question I have, since this is a zone change, we're required to go through all 3 readings. Is that not correct?
You are required to have all 3 readings, but you can, annexation is the only thing where you don't have to, that you have to have all 3 readings. A change of zone you can waive if you so choose.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilman Vaughn.
Is there any need, want, desire, or advantage to go back on number 2 or number 3 and hold a third final?
The conditional use permit that'll come up later is a resolution, so it won't take effect until the change of zone. So they won't be they do have their building permit in, but they won't be able to do footings or any kind of construction until the zoning is changed. So which wouldn't be until June 13th.
Okay. Is it possible to go back on to number 2 or no?
We move that. Yeah, that's passed. Yep.
All right.
Okay.
I would make a motion on number 3 unless anybody else had anything else to say.
Okay. I'll open the public hearing.
Brad Yeager, 2318 East Fifth Street. I just would ask maybe one of the council members would clarify a statement that I heard made on the previous item that may overlap with this one. And I would like to understand clearly whether or not the properties in this zoning change encompass those businesses that were previously listed or discussed as non-conforming currently. Is this going to correct for them and put them into conformance, or we're bypassing those that were here first in this rezoning? I hope I'm clear on what I'm asking is, are you rezoning the whole thing, including existing businesses that are there that will make them conforming rather than non-conforming? I just wasn't sure with all the parameters that are described here, whether those businesses are included. If someone could get clarity, that'd be great.
there any other comments from the public? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Additional comments from council. Councilman Sukram?
Yeah, this is for Jennifer. This is cleaning up the whole thing, correct?
Yes, that's the intent of this is to clean up the entire thing. So this would bring the Hardys, the Taco John's, the vacant lot, and I think there may be a strip center there as well, into conformance with the GC zoning.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from council on this item? If there are none, Councilman Vaughn had a motion. Is that still valid to hold second reading? Okay. Councilman Jensen?
I'll second that.
Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally located at the southwest corner of Deer Lane and Elk Lane from SC Suburban Commercial to GC General Commercial, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing effective date on second reading.
Councilman Jensen?
I'll make the motion to suspend the rules and move ordinance 5641 into the third and final reading.
Councilman Vaughn?
I would second.
Cast your votes.
One moment, I need to make a quick change here. Okay.
Go ahead.
Votes, please. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to zoning map to rezone the property generally located at the southwest corner of Deer Lane and Elk Lane from SC Suburban Commercial to GC General Commercial, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing effective date on final reading.
Okay. Cast your final vote.
Vote is 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 4 is a second reading of ordinance 5642 on behalf of the city of Fremont for a change to the text of the Unified Development Code to establish a Port Authority zoning district, generally adding the district to sections 11-403, 11-502, 11-603, 11-814, and 11-815 of the Fremont Municipal Code.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam again. This is a request for a zone change to the text of the zoning code that creates that Port Authority district. In and of itself, this proposal doesn't impact any property. The next item is the item that would impact the properties. So what this does is it creates a Port Authority zoning district. The permitted uses in that zoning district are agricultural uses, industrial, heavy and light, transportation uses, utility uses, warehousing, and telecommunication uses would all be allowed under a conditional use permit. The purpose of this is to help with the planning for that Port Authority area, which was designated in the comprehensive plan. And a broader area was, a more specific area has been designated by the state of Nebraska for development as a Port Authority. This is to help facilitate the planning in those areas and to help ensure that in the future, Port Authority area is developed in accordance with this. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. I'll open the public hearing. Seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. Comments from council. If there are none, I take a motion to hold second reading. Councilman Sukram?
I'll make the motion for second reading of ordinance 5642.
Councilwoman Ganem?
Second.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC, Chapter 11, zoning subdivision, site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date. On second reading.
Okay, Councilman Jensen.
I just wanted to make sure we were clear. This says to continue the first reading and hold the second. So
That's for the next item. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
No problem. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to item 5, which is continue first reading and hold second reading of ordinance 5643 on behalf of the city of Fremont for a change of zone from R rural to PA Port Authority on property generally described as lying between Highway 275 on the west, the north-south half section line of section 21-17-9E and sections 28-17-9E on the east, the Union Pacific Railroad on the north, and the south section line of section 29-17-9E and 28-17-9E, Dodge County, Nebraska. And just to clarify your question, Councilman Jensen, this was on the last agenda. So what we will do tonight would just be, we would have a vote to hold first reading, and then you would have to vote to suspend the rules to hold second reading, just to keep up with the since it was not voted on last meeting. So we'll have staff report.
Tyler, could you pull up the map? And I would like to be able to pass out copies of these maps. No, this is new.
Okay, Councilman Sukram.
Motion to receive.
Okay, Councilman Vaughn. Okay, cast your votes to receive the map.
The motion carries 8-0, Mayor. That should be the presentation laptop, is it not?
Thank you, sir.
It's not.
Go over that. You start and I'll work on seeing if I can get that to work for us.
So this action, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This action is an action that would actually change the zoning on the underlying property to the Port Authority, which is what we just talked about a minute ago. I wanted to talk a little bit tonight about why we selected this area for the Port Authority and why it's important. So if you look, and then it's not up there, the area that's outlined, I think it's in red, is the larger Port Authority area down on that southeast side. When we updated the comprehensive plan, this is the area that was selected because it has access, direct access to rail. It's outside of the floodplain. It potentially has 3 interchange points. If there's any rail access that's needed on the north side to Morningside Road. It's a protected main rail line. As such, the Union Pacific Economic Development Group has targets for that and helps market that area of the Port Authority. And their targets include items that we've talked about for the Port Authority, such as transportation, warehousing, value-added agriculture, advanced manufacturing, bioscience, and food processing. The UP has site selector tools for all of their sites with side rails. So as we've developed the Port Authority, that'll be really important to us to help market our sites. We have another tool in addition to just the state of Nebraska GFDC. In addition, the Nebraska Department of Transportation has economic opportunity programs that would be eligible to apply for. And the proximity to Omaha and Northeast Nebraska is ideal for this site. And on this site, there's approximately 1,500 acres with the ability to expand into the future. There is access to utilities at this site. The wastewater treatment plant has space to expand the lagoons for 3 to 4 additional lagoons for industrial wastewater. There's a 30-inch untreated water main on the east side of 275, which we have the availability to convert to treated water with a wellfield treatment plant. There is a 24-inch treated water main that stops at Bud Boulevard by 275 and Morningside. Their Great Plains fiber network is in the vicinity of County Road 26 and Morningside Road. Allo Fiber serves Deerfield, and they said that it's easy to expand. And OPPD and Fremont Electric provide electric utilities to this site. Fremont Electric doesn't have the capacity to fully expand to handle the electric needs of some of the heavier duty industries. OPPD does have that opportunity. So if we compare that to the green area up on the north side of the map, that area is not all shown as industrial on the comprehensive plan, so it's not in conformance. It immediately abuts several existing residential developments. There are only 815 acres and there's no room to expand. There's no interchange with the highway. There's limited access to rail. Only Fremont Electric could supply electricity to the area, and they don't have as much capacity as needed by some of the industries that we've talked about. There's limited access to water and sewer. And again, it's not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Finally, the only other area really that could be viable that's outside of the floodplain would be across from the site that's designated from Port Authority. It's about 338 acres. There's no access to rail. There's no access to the interchange to the bypass on the south. The only access would be to Morningside Road. If they expanded, they would be expanding into a floodplain area. There's limited access to utilities. And again, limited access to water and sewer, and it's completely in the Fremont electrical area. Why is this important right now? It helps us set the stage for the planning process and to start evaluating the expansion of infrastructure. It protects the Port Authority area from incompatible development that would restrict us from expanding or developing the Port Authority in the future. It allows the GFDC and others to start marketing activities now, and that can occur concurrently with the planning process. And it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan that we just updated and spent 2 years developing, and used a lot of this rationale in selecting this for the Port Authority area. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Councilman Von Baron?
Jennifer, it's my understanding that the residents here that would be affected signed a memorandum of understanding, what, 2 years ago or something, acknowledging that the Port Authority was not binding, I assume, but I think they did.
My understanding is that has occurred with the Greater Fremont Development Council. I was not party to that memorandum.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to understand, because I've been trying to wrap my head around this one. I understand the need for development, but to blanket zone this right now, as was brought up in our last meeting a couple of weeks ago, is it ties the hands of landowners who are there for who knows how long. You know, for example, if tornado comes through, I want to rebuild my house. Yeah, I think we have probably granted those types of exceptions in the past, but that's informal. That's really not, I don't believe in the nature of the
We
agreement.
do have a formal process under a conditional use permit that would allow somebody to expand a non-conforming use or non-standard use. We've used that numerous times in the past. It requires approval by the Planning Commission and by City Council.
My question is, if a family anticipates being there another 5 or 6 years, not knowing how fast, we all acknowledge this is going to be a long-term effort. Does it make sense to put them under a binding conditional use permit when, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, a growing family, they might want to build a barn, have some pets, that kind of thing? My understanding is they could not do that under this agreement. Is that correct?
Right. Under the change of zone, they would become non-conforming uses. They could apply for a conditional use permit, and if this body felt that it was appropriate for an expansion of their use, they could grant that. But in the long term, this area is intended to be an industrial area. We don't want to see more acreages developed in that area without this change of zone. We can't limit any new housing that develops in that area.
That I understand. Now, I'm not, the new housing doesn't bother me because obviously this has already been zoned. It's the existing landowners being somewhat strapped with the use of their own property for an indefinite period of time that none of us understand. Is there a vehicle that we could use to zone differently other than a conditional use?
No, it would be a spot zone otherwise.
But we do have a precedent for spot zoning. We did it, I believe, I was trying to remember down on Morningside. We carved out a zoned area, I believe, for a business, which is a spot zone.
I would disagree with you on that.
Okay.
It was already under a plan development, and through the plan development was planned for that kind of commercial use. It was just removed from the plan development, which is a lot different than carving out individual residential properties.
But and I don't mean to belabor this, but the zoning for that business was different than the surrounding zoning. Is that correct?
Yes and no. I mean, it is what it had been planned for and zoned for. It's just a semantic way of looking at it in that particular instance.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Jensen.
Just so I'm clear on this, I mean, I think that I know we have property owners in the area, and there's going to be some angst because there's going to be some issues, and that's what happens when you expand. I think the goal here is I think this council and any further council is going to be very receptive to whatever the people that are already there need to do. This is to exclude anything further from going on.
Correct.
Councilman Ellis.
Jennifer, can you briefly tell me the difference between this and our tech park that happened 12, 15 years ago when the state came to 5 different cities and said, we want you to concentrate on tech park and try to get data centers. So here's $1 million and go forward and create areas within your city. What's the difference now that the state's doing essentially the same thing now? Instead of data centers, they feel like we need warehouse and industrial parks.
I wasn't here when the tech center first started, but my understanding is that we received a grant for an employment center. And the purpose of that grant was to create a certain number of jobs in that particular area. There was no planning that went along with the grant. The difference here is the state of Nebraska has designated this area as a port authority. Industrial Port Authority planners have been retained by the Greater Fremont Development Council and by the Port Authority Board. The Port Authority Board has been created and pretty significant planning efforts are moving forward. So it's very different.
The nightmare that we've seen at the tech park, and all of us up here have said the city doesn't need to get into planning and project management. We just need to encourage commercial to be done.
Right. So what this does is it sets the stage for the Port Authority development in that area, so that the people who are doing the planning right now, Burns and McDonald and Olson Associates have been retained. They do a lot of industrial and Port Authority park zoning. They're establishing what's required in terms of.
I've got another question, and sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, or you're on my time here. There's 2 other port authorities that are being pending, or one pending and one's already been approved. Is that correct? So a total of 3?
I don't know what the pending one is. I know that there's one in
Bellevue is
North
looking at
Platte.
being created.
Yeah, I don't know where Bellevue is in the process. North Platte is.
Okay.
or
So I've
the
done some
county is
investigating.
looking
It
as well.
appears that North Platte already has their land already acquired. It's been moving towards an industrial park for many years, and now this is kind of giving it a shot. So they've got their land. They don't have to worry about anything. But I don't believe it's on the magnitude of 1,500 acres. I think it's much smaller. Why are we going after such a large portion of land? I believe Bellevue is going after a smaller piece as well. Is there any way that we can bring this down a little bit, and then if we need to in the past, in the future, go forward and expand?
Well, there's some significant water issues in this area, though it's not in a regulatory floodplain. We have that study that we're doing in the Elkhorn Township area, and that ties into this with a need for a really large retention area. There's also a need to.
So the
establish-
retention area will actually be inside of the Inland Port Authority
Yes.
land.
And the need to expand road and utility infrastructure and rail infrastructure impacts where the sites could be located.
And one last question, can you explain to the citizens how this will not impact their utility bills and will not impact any cost to them in the future?
Industrial utility rates are different than residential utility rates.
Well,
It actually should probably help them because it'll help generate revenue for the utility.
we've heard that before, where bringing in large corporations is going to help Fremont. I don't believe anyone has seen any help in property taxes or utility fees. And so I'm just, from a point of view, I've been up here a long time. I've heard these stories over and over. This will help Fremonters. I don't believe bringing more industrial is going to help. You made a comment that we don't have the power supply now at the Fremont power plant. OPPD is going to, or at least they say they're going to. Does that mean we're going to have to upgrade our power plant to match the needs? I mean, we've upgraded everything else at the cost and the burden of everyone that uses the system.
And there's somebody who's a better expert in terms of the power plant than I am and could answer that question better.
Thank
That's
you.
Not my area.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. I'll open the public hearing on this
Yeah,
side.
one question,
Oh,
Mayor.
sorry. Yeah, Councilman
Is
Bond.
Jeff Shanahan available for a question?
Mayor, City Council, Jeff Shanahan, Utility General Manager.
I did believe I heard on the radio that the Southwest Power Pool was looking at the possibility, depending on severity of heat this summer, of potential rolling blackouts. Not sure if that would affect us or not, but I know we're kind of affiliated with the SPP, so.
Correct. Yeah, we're a
Does that
market
cause you
participant. Yep.
Concern?
You know, if all of our units stay running, it's a regional group. So it goes from Canada to Texas, pretty much right down the center of the United States. So when they talk about rolling outages and things like that, could affect anywhere in their network. You know, I'm not going to say things can't happen because equipment breaks down, high temperatures and all that kind of stuff. We're preparing, we're putting our big unit online, so we're planning on that to be available. We've got multiple tie lines with the outside world. But in the event that the Southwest Power Pool has to do something just like a couple of years ago with the ice storm, all participants will have to do their part. It's part of the agreement with the network.
So we're somewhat insulated by our own generation capacity, but not really?
No, you're not really. We're all interconnected. So we sell our generation, we buy our load every day.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yep. Any other questions, or did you have a question? Oh, all right. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and now open up the public hearing on this.
Good evening. I am Megan Skiles here today on behalf of GFDC at 1005 East 23rd Street. We wanted to voice our support again for the creation and the change of zoning for the Port Authority District to best protect our opportunities according to our vision for the future of Fremont. We need to be proactive in ensuring that new development is consistent with what we are pursuing. This is important for a couple different reasons. First, without the change of zoning, which we've kind of talked about a little bit, the city and planning does not have the grounds to deny any additional housing to be developed, and there's no mechanism in place to adequately notify future or prospective owners or purchasers the intent of future development in this area is to be industrial in nature. So allowing new conflicting development will impede our ability to develop this district to its highest and best uses of the land. Secondly, as I've shared with this group before, the site selection game is actually a site elimination game. And we are in competition with other communities across the US for capital investment and high paying jobs. When a project is considering our location, they send a long checklist of desired site attributes. Appropriate zoning is almost always on that list, and a faster development timeline always is on that list. By going through this process now, we are bettering our odds of success of attracting investment into our community, thus increasing dollars circulating in our local economy and tax revenues. Finally, zoning ahead of time to desired land use is best practice. We, as Jennifer mentioned, GFTC has retained Burns, McDonnell, and Olson to help us kind of look at the attributes of the site and what could be done conceptually in the future. And they were just here last week talking with our group. They spoke with the Department of Utilities and with the Planning Department, and the rail lines, and a variety of stakeholders in this process. And they were very adamant as well that this is an important next step for good development in our community. It helps to ensure that planning of utility infrastructure, roads, and water management is adequate or can be effectively phased so that it can meet the needs of growth now and in the future. It'll help to give us guidelines and parameters for development that is healthy for our community. If we were to have a project that decides it wants to develop here tomorrow, where we don't have the UDC in place, or the code that correlates, and then the zoning in place, we're a little bit behind the 8 balls, and doing this ahead of time allows us to negotiate better with a company that were to come to the table. So it will give us the guidelines and parameters for development that is healthy for our community if we were to have a project land. If we wait until something lands to create or pass a zoning, we are forced to be more reactionary to their needs instead of being able to come to the table in the best interest of the community. As a community and a council and county board, we've been very visionary in pursuing this designation early on up to this point, and this is the appropriate next step to make sure that we're consistent with what we're pursuing for our future. So I'm always open for questions, but I thank you for your time and consideration.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont. The comment was made that we have an allowed spot zoning. We have rural and ag in the middle of our residential. You've got a gentleman who has Sunridge Development to his east, and the school properties, et cetera, to his west. He's on an island. You have some Deere's property that has created islands. So I would take issue with that comment. We have allowed it. It seems rather punitive in nature to go ahead and shove this whole designation required to be a port authority now. In the past, developers have made the decision how much of that property they wanted to be designated rather than the entirety, so that one, taxes didn't increase to them. And if they weren't going to develop like Morningside or other areas, they weren't forced on a designation. That said, historically, developers rezone as needed, and they're going to be developed. If you must zone this area, the 1,500 plus acres, why not carve out those properties that wish to remain on their own and let them be their own island until they are purchased and they decide to move? So they don't have to come to a council, which may or may not exist of any of you on this council in future years, and be at the mercy of that council or of a different mindset. There are individuals who spoke at the prior meeting that were against being automatically rezoned now. They're not against it in the future. They can make that decision. There's somebody who has now become another generation on a farmstead. Have you had a family farm or a farmstead in your family for greater than 100 years? For now, our family, greater than 150 years prior to the Homestead Act. Have you had that in your family and have it yanked away? Or be told, oh, by the way, you're in this area, we're going to rezone you. You cannot control that. You don't get a voice in the matter. We've let other developers shy away from not creating a donut hole. I mean, they're allowed to create that donut hole. We didn't take issue with it. Historically, the precedent has been set. So if you're going to push this forward, why not exclude those XYZ properties that wish to retain their identification as they now are? Nothing says they can't be automatically rezoned upon sale, or if they give it over to the Port Authority at that time. Please don't create another tech park fiasco. And a comment was made about utilities, and then somehow we got off the beaten path and started talking about future blackouts. That was not on the agenda, and our attorney should have had that taken to task and brought that up. It was spoken off agenda, and I appreciate the concern, Mr. Fawn, but you are off topic. Thank you.
To the council, so we're all on the same pages.
Okay, all right. Motion to receive, Councilman Vaughn.
Yes, motion.
Okay, Councilman Von Baron.
Second.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Michelle Stephen Morgan, 315 South County Road 26. This mailing in front of you is from the Planning and Zoning Director listing the non-conforming restrictions of our homes, our land, our property, our businesses. Labeling the multiple homes in this area of the proposed zoning changes from rural to Port Authority and listing all of our homes as non-conforming limits our quality of life, our finances, and our freedom. Employees of the Dodge County Assessor's Office have stopped to talk to me. They are strongly against the proposed changes of zoning, as they state they know the impact on the multiple homes in this area being negatively impacted. Multiple loan officers that I have spoken to are firmly against this proposed change of labeling our homes as non-conforming, as it will cause us to not be eligible for home improvement loans on a non-conforming home. The removing of our freedoms of choice of what we can do with our land and homes is unjust. This land is mine. I have helped my dad care for this land for nearly 50 years. I have walked beans on this land. I have cut down cottonwood trees on this land. I have dug up red brick from the one-room schoolhouse red brick building that stands on my land in days past. I am a proud owner of this land. You do not have the legal right to control what I, as the owner, do and do not do with my property. The Planning Commission did not pass this rezoning the first vote and barely passed it to the second vote in April, as there was a lot of dissent, as the planning director did not have answers to the questions from us, the landowners, and the committee in regards to the change in value of our property. The statement made by the planning director that she will force us out of our homes and land, just not tomorrow, at the last meeting on May 9th, which is on video, does not sit well with any of us. And I believe it does not even sit well with many of you sitting here preparing to vote on our fates tonight. This here city council is not unanimous even in the support of the Port Authority itself. Please do not decide to rezone 1,500 acres from rural to Port Authority so prematurely, changing our status as land and homeowners in a rural community where these land, business, and homeowners bring much value into this community with this highly valued prime farmland east of Fremont. This may be about money to you, but it is about quality of life, as well as our homes, businesses, and land for us, as well as about our freedom and our justice. It has been stated that the reason for prematurely acting on rezoning our homes and land is to prevent being reactive in zoning. And yet, there was a lot of these meetings in regards to quickly changing the zoning of properties to allow for businesses that are already in effect. That's reactive. Calling our properties blighted in a Chamber of Commerce meeting with the bankers was no joke to any of us landowners, homeowners, or business owners in this area. But they got a good laugh out of us. The reports that it is proposed to build warehouses and manufacturing buildings on loam just isn't going to work. It's poor planning. I would be happy to demonstrate to you how sandy this land is by showing you a picture of the soft shell turtle that is making a home in the middle of my land. That is sand. That is loam. Even contractors and subcontractors of this community state this land will not support such buildings without the footings being astronomical deep and the weight distribution, being extremely wide as the land is sandy and the water depth is only 6 feet. That is what makes it excellent rural farmland. I plead you, the city council, do not pass the premature zoning of 1,500 acres of prime farmland east of this rural community from rural to Port Authority, restricting the owner's finances and freedoms. Thank you for your service to the rural community and for taking this into serious consideration to not rezone 1,500 acres of prime farmland from rural to Port Authority so prematurely.
Red Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. I don't have a whole lot to add necessarily to what I just heard previous speakers, but this was an item that I wanted to speak to tonight. In particular, I think at the last meeting, there were a half a dozen farmsteads or so that are included in this area. I would encourage you as former council member Jacobus and myself as a former council member, we need, I think, as a city to only rezone what the Port Authority needs pending its construction. Whether that's a north to south corridor or where that would be, I'm not sure. You've made the bid. You need to do something to rezone. The question, I guess, would be based on some of the other testimony is whether this land is even suitable. And I won't get into that. My purpose for discussing tonight is I don't believe you should rezone farmstead properties. Now, they don't have to sell. The Port Authority does not have eminent domain. Those farmsteads can consist forever. You can't force them out. rezoning around them, that's probably the right solution. We've done it for prominent landowners within the city limits of Fremont, and I don't have to name them for you to know. But Brooks Hollow farms in the middle of the residential area. There's farming going on north of 16th Street between 16th and 23rd. We haven't forced rezoning of all of that. So to say that we don't, quote, do spot zoning or treat certain people differently, these people need to be treated the same. They shouldn't become non-conforming. I draw your attention to the pages in your packet that were given to these folks with the questions of Q&A with regards, am I going to lose my home? Will it restrict the use of my property? Was the discussion of what constitutes non-conforming really clear to them with regards to what they could or couldn't do on their property? I severely doubt that it was fully explained, and that's why it's coming to light now. We shouldn't be hamstringing these people, and you really are hamstringing them. They can't do anything to their property without jumping through a whole bunch of hoops, whether it's a rebuild, a major remodel, build a new barn, implement building. All of that may be doable, but only by special permit. And good luck necessarily getting all of that, depending on what the city's aim really is. But nevertheless, you're severely penalizing these people, and it doesn't need to be done. What I really believe needs to be done, and it's easily done, is that if you pass a resolution on zoning, you need to modify the resolution in the description section, and you need to start doing it right away to exclude these properties that are farmsteads in existence. That way, they're not rezoned in whatever you do. They will not become non-conforming. They will be able to use their land as they see fit. You may not need this land or even use this land in the future, but yet you would hamstring them by rezoning it now. Please don't do that. You wouldn't do it to yourself if you own that property. I wouldn't want you to do it to me if I lived on that property. I'd like to be able to use my property as the prior speaker said. And you don't need to rezone their property in order to do that. You can leave these as rural, just like you've left properties within the city limits as rural. As long as they continue to farm, they should be allowed to do so. If they want to sell their property in the future to the Port Authority, which is their option, you can rezone it at the time and it'll all be complete. But until such time, they should have the freedom to use their property as they see fit. So I strongly encourage you to modify that resolution to make sure that those specific farmland properties are defined in the description and excluded from your resolution to leave them as rural until such time as they decide to sell or they're agreeable to have themselves rezoned and become non-conforming. I suspect if they're landowners today and plan to live there through their lifetime, they won't want it classified as non-conforming for the reasons that has been eloquently stated tonight. They're being hamstrung all over the place and you should not do it. So please put yourself in their position and take the appropriate actions and make the modifications in the resolutions if you're going to rezone. Thank you.
Additional comments from the public? Okay, seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. Additional comments from council on this item. Councilman Von Baron.
I appreciate the testimony. That's helpful. Helped me get my arms around, I think, some of what's been giving me heartburn. Let me oversimplify this. We are looking at rezoning this right now in mass, and I understand that, but that is for the convenience of development. And I understand fully that some of the problems that it creates if you cannot do that. But the fact remains, whether you call it spot zoning or any other name, we do have differential zoning. We have precedents for doing that. I had not appreciated the potential impact on taxes, the ability to get loans that potentially that we would be putting on these landowners for an indefinite period of time. If they choose to stay on that land, they are bound with that label. There is nothing that they can do to change that without getting a zoning change. And I have a feeling that once done, it's not going to be undone.
I think the third point that I talked to Jeff briefly about this, but as this is developed, the nature of development, business towns and cities enticing businesses is basically to say, well, we can do that regarding utilities expansion, et cetera. And I think, Jeff, if I understood you correctly, generally the understanding is, don't want to put you on the spot. Don't let me interpret your words. But I think the understanding is that in regard to utilities, wastewater, that kind of thing, that it would be expected that each of the industries would pay any cost of expansion, any additional cost to the city of Fremont.
Correct. Typically, Jeff Shanahan, Utility General Manager. Typically, the business would pay for their share of the cost. Now, it might, like I mentioned to you, there might be improvements to that, like if they needed an 8-inch line, we might want to put in a 10-inch line. We pay the incremental difference in the cost of the pipe, but the installation would be all part of the original project.
No, I appreciate that. So that brings me, my other point is that as we consider this, I think we should make it clear, if not in writing, that part of this zoning is with the understanding that as that development occurs, that businesses will pay, reimburse the city, however you want to phrase it, for the additional facilities and utilities requirements that the cities is going to have to be putting on to accommodate that expansion. So to me, we need to protect the landowners who are already there. They didn't ask for this. This is being done for our convenience. We need to especially protect the Fremont taxpayers in light of utilities that will be added there, and make sure that utilities, that developers and developments pay their way rather than Fremont taxpayers subsidizing them. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ganem.
I know we're kind of caught between a catch and a rock and a catch-22 position here a little bit, because I believe homeowners said that they were totally surprised that we even had a authority. Yet we've been working on it for over 2 years. It has been advertised. It's been public, but it is hard to keep up with. People don't read the newspaper anymore, practically, but it is hard to keep up with what's going on sometimes. But in the description, yes, we have done spot zoning in the past. That doesn't make it right. So to continue doing what's not right always doesn't make sense either. We also may limit our businesses because businesses won't want to. If Fremont, California says, hey, we're already zoned and you don't have to come and spend months in rezoning or checking what's going to be going on, they'll go to Fremont, California rather than Fremont, Nebraska. So it limits the type of businesses that you may or may not get, because they won't even take a second look. And I think Mrs. Stiles said that's one of the criteria that, in fact, they had looked at before. I believe all the homeowners have been talked with. I can't believe that we can't give a waiver for someone to build a shed or expand on their own property. They're not farming the land, as I understand, but they do have their farmsteads, their property that way. So I believe the city would probably be more than willing, because we have done it in the past, to work with individual landowners if they do want to expand on their own property. The important part is in zoning the whole picture is you're preventing people from coming in or breaking up your homestead and selling it as lots for other homes to be built upon. That's primarily what it does. So that's how I view it. And maybe we need to change some of the procedures on how we're doing it, but to continue doing spot zoning, maybe when we shouldn't be doing it, doesn't make it right again either.
Councilman Vaughn.
So a lot of talk and thought has been related to the tech park and how that didn't go off as we anticipated it did. It would have, 10, 12 years ago when it was conceived. And so in the interests of preventing that from happening again, maybe this is a question for Jennifer, maybe for legal. Okay, have you looked at or seen, or could you outline even say 10 years from now, nothing's happened out there? What kind of dissolution provisions do we have baked into our agreements that would allow us to get out of this, maybe relinquish back to farmland if it wasn't going to happen in a reasonable amount of time? Nope, that's it.
From the, excuse me, from the zoning perspective, if nothing has happened within a certain period of time, we can always return this back to, you can always bring forward a change of zone to change it to something else. While Travis is looking up the Port Authority information, if it's okay, could I clarify something on non-conforming uses, since we've been talking about that?
James, do you have an issue with that? It's your time, so.
Okay, a non-conforming use isn't able to expand or rebuild if it's beyond 50% of the value of the use. If it's under 50% of the value of the use, they can do renovations, they can add a shed, they can add a deck and so forth. So, and then we do have that conditional use permit provision, which we have used multiple times for businesses and homeowners here in Fremont that are in a position where they don't meet the zoning requirements. The biggest issue here is there's going to be a major transformation in those uses, similar to what you see down in the south part of Fremont, where there's still a number of residential uses in a heavily industrial area. Those have been there for 100 years. They're still there, and still non-conforming. This would be a similar situation.
Yeah, and back to your other question, Councilman Vaughn. There is a procedure to dissolve the Port Authority in general, and that would involve the county board and the city agreeing to dissolve it, so long as the Port Authority doesn't have any outstanding obligations. The area for the Port Authority can be enlarged or reduced, but you have to have at least 300 or so acres of land designated as Port Authority. So those would be the two methods, but anything would have to also be approved by the county board.
Well, very much.
Councilman Ellis?
Okay, so we all found out tonight that zoning can actually be done in one meeting. Is that correct, Jennifer? We can actually suspend the rules and go from second reading to third reading in one meeting. Is that true?
You just want to have a public hearing.
Yeah, you'd have to have a public hearing and then you could suspend the rules. So if we were to simply go with a smaller lot and then a company would come in and say, you know what, we're really interested in Fremont, it would take one city council meeting to change the zoning to Port Authority to let them come in. So the argument that there's going to be months of council debate and changing the zoning is out. And I'm just, what I have a real problem with is going after the 1,500 acres. I'm not seeing that, and maybe I'm wrong and maybe I'm missing something, but our competitors, North Platte and Bellevue, they already had the land that was already in their possession. There was no, dealing with farm owners or anything like that. I would be all for this if it was just a smaller plot, 300 to 400 or 500 acres as opposed to 1,500. And that we would put some restrictions on, these people can't put siding on their house because it would make it last longer. So anything that's going to make their property last longer would be not allowed. I mean, so that's stated in here. So that's my hardest pill to swallow here, is these people live here and we're putting restrictions on them. If we could just do it at a smaller plot and then move forward as we needed to, I would be in favor of that.
Councilwoman Lathrop.
I think we're losing sight of the magnitude of this opportunity moving forward and developing. I feel for you. I totally do. You're not going to be moved tomorrow. That's not happening. Another point I kind of want to point out is that it is possible to build on that kind of land. Your house is there. So I'm sure developers can find a way to build on that kind of land. So I just think we have to look at the magnitude of this opportunity as we go forward.
I'll just, compliment the community, to get to this point and the foresight, over 2 years of planning and development and application to the state. We have been talking about this 1,500 acres negatively, but to developing a site like that, that's a positive thing to have an area like that designated of that size that allows us to be able to attract the kind of manufacturing and high paying jobs and industry that this is going to bring in. And from the moment we started on this, our goal was that this would benefit the Fremont community. It would benefit Fremont. It would benefit Dodge County. It would benefit the citizens that live here. And not only with the quality opportunities that will be there, but within the growth that is seen. And that's, this is really that next step to the process that we have been on over 2 years. And I don't want to repeat all of what has been said about why this is important, but we need to continue on this path. And this zoning is another critical piece to the part of this development moving forward. And, I've been really open with the property owners and the landowners, homeowners. We want to work with you. I visited with many of them, as many as I could, tried to address the concerns they have. I know this council, myself, and the planning commission are going to be very open to whatever, conditional use permits that need to happen for those, to allow them to continue to live and be there on that site. This was in our comprehensive plan. It's in our land use map. It's been through multiple public hearings on this area. And so I just would voice my support for moving this forward tonight. Any other comments from the council that have not spoken so far? If not, I would take a motion. Councilman Vaughn.
I would make a motion to continue first reading and hold second reading of ordinance 5643. First reading, sorry. Please.
Councilman Dinkins.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-2, Mayor.
Councilman Dinkins. Oh, sorry. We'll have first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally located between Highway 275 on the west of north-south half section line of section 21-17-9E and section 28-17-9E on the east, the Union Pacific Railroad on the north, and the south section line of section 29-17-9E and 28-17-9E, Dodge County, Nebraska, from R rural to PA Port Authority, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on first reading.
Okay, now I'd take a motion to hold second reading. To suspend rules and hold second reading. Okay. Councilman Vaughn.
So moved.
Okay. Councilman Dinkins.
Second.
Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-2, Mayor.
Ready? Yeah. We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally located between Highway 275 on the west, the north-south half section line of section 21-17-9E and section 28-17-9E on the east, the Union Pacific Railroad on the north, and the south section line of section 29-17-9E and 28-17-9E, Dodge County, Nebraska, from R rural to PA Port Authority, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing effective date on second reading.
Okay. Any other action on that? Legal, just want to make sure we have followed all the rules on that first and second reading. Okay.
Okay, moving on to item 6 is a resolution 2023-133 and public hearing regarding rural public transportation application to the Nebraska Department of Transportation for financial assistance from the Federal Transit Administration pursuant to the Federal Transit Act. I'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Angie Olson, Grant Coordinator. As you probably know, beginning July 1st, the Eastern Nebraska Office of Aging will no longer be providing transportation. They used to provide that in, or they are currently providing it in Dodge County, but that is coming to an end. And as a city, we are eligible to apply for 5311 funding, which is federal funding that we apply for through the state to run a transportation program. It's a 2-year grant cycle. And city staff has been working, I've been working with Nick Hansen, the Parks and Rec Director, to implement transportation in the same fashion that ENOA currently offers transportation here in Fremont. The fiscal impact would be a 25% local match for the operating cost portion. The non-operating cost portion, there's a 10% match. We're still putting the numbers together, but right now our best guess estimate is to be around $85,000 for a 2-year match on the city side. And we're also, Nick and I are also working with local organizations to find some partnerships and help with that funding match. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Councilman Ellis?
Does that just kind of get us started with basic service? Can you explain what basic service is?
So what Eastern Nebraska Office of Aging provides for Fremont is transportation to grocery stores, to the Friendship Center. This would be, Eastern Nebraska Office of Aging covered multiple counties, and they came to Dodge County. And this, for the beginning stages, would be just Fremont. We're talking about possibly Fremont and a 2-mile radius surrounding. We're looking at a full-time driver, a part-time driver, and then a full-time dispatcher to run the program, starting small, but we're working with a task force that includes United Way, Methodist Fremont Health, Fremont Area Community Foundation, and Three Rivers. And after speaking with them, they have provided us with lots of information. They feel like this will grow. Eastern Nebraska Office of Aging did provide transportation for the general public. Majority of senior citizens were using it. But after talking to the task force, it appears that this will probably grow beyond that population and expand out to families and lots of others.
No transporting to Omaha, though, just everything local. Is that correct?
Right. Yep. So it'll start, like I said, within Fremont. And then eventually possibly the county, but we're going to just implement kind of within Fremont city limits what ENOA is currently providing and see where that takes us.
Yeah. Councilman Jensen.
This is going to require advance notice. Is that not correct? I mean, it's not like you can't just pick up the phone. Hey, I need to be over here in an hour. You've got to set it up well in advance. I think this is great. We need something. I've had many of the elderly citizens in my ward contacted me knowing that this was going to stop, and with this, they weren't even really care very much about cost. I mean, there's no taxi, there's no Uber, there's no Lyft, there's nothing here. And if we want to help keep these people in their homes, we need to pick up this ball.
Sure. Yeah. And again, after talking to the task force, we know it is an issue. And so we're putting this together. There is, just like ENOA, it would be a 48-hour notice. And that would go through the dispatcher who would work with the drivers.
Councilman Von Baron.
Angie, as during the public information center session that was held possibly a month or something ago, maybe I misunderstood. I understood that we could not set limits on this, since it was a public transportation program. If somebody asked to go to the casino, dog track, whatever, we had to transport them. Did I just misunderstand that?
No, that is correct, but that would depend on where your boundaries are. We can set the boundaries. So like when EOA was covering I believe it was a 5-county radius, Yeah, they would need to cover that whole radius. This is just local to Fremont.
Okay, so we can set boundaries. and
We
the
can set boundaries.
In the meantime, for at least initially, will be.
Well, we're still kind of putting the programs together. First steps is applying for the grant. Nick, do you want to answer that? But like I said, it's the city limits, and then we're discussing with the task force, maybe within 2 miles outside of that. We want to make sure areas like Inglewood are included, but we're still putting that one together.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Lathrop.
Just so I understand, that means that you would only transport people from Fremont in that 2-mile radius. If they had a doctor's appointment in Omaha, would you take them there? No, okay.
No, not
because I had people calling me that was their biggest concern, because a lot of their specialists are in Omaha.
Sure. And I know, like I said, right now, we're just trying to provide what ENOA has been providing and then kind of build from there. Working with the task force, they had this wonderful idea of getting this going, and then in maybe the fall or the winter, taking it to the public and saying, here's what we're offering, here's how it's working, what else might we be able to provide, and kind of keep that ball rolling on that.
Understandable. We have to start someplace.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And we are trying to kind of under the gun to try and get it started. We're July 1st, ENOA will no longer be providing that service. I don't know, we might have a program in place. I don't know if we will have drivers and have it up and running yet, but we sure hope to.
I just want to, first of all, thank ENOA for all the service they've given to Fremont. I mean, they started in the early 2000s and we're providing public transportation since then, and it just wasn't working out for them to be able to continue that in Dodge County. And so we, I know that this is critical need for Fremont. A lot of folks that rely on transportation for a lot of different things. And with that public meeting that was mentioned, or a meeting that Councilman Von Baron mentioned, there was over 80 people, I think, there. So with all different organizations that understand the needs that we have in Fremont for this. And so for us as a city, to pick this up and take this on, we really do want to do this right. We feel like it can be an opportunity. We're going to start small and do that really well and serve really well, and see how this continues to go, to grow over time. And we're going to need the whole community behind it. It's going to need the county. It's going to need our nonprofits that you mentioned, our health care organizations, to kind of get behind what we're doing here at the city. And we really want this to be a success. And again, serve our community well and the people that need it. So that's really our goal with this. And I do want to thank Angie and Olson and Nick Hansen for kind of taking this on within the rest of their responsibilities. And I guess we'll do the best that we can and to get this going. So. Right. This is a public hearing, so I will open up the public hearing regarding rural public transportation application to the Nebraska Department of Transportation.
Brad Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. I want to applaud the city and Angie and Nick for taking this on, but I also want to take this opportunity to at least reflect where I think this started, because this started with a call from a constituent in Ward 2 who said, "We received these services and they're going away. Can you help?" This was many months ago. I am very glad that this is coming to fruition now, but it speaks volumes as to why the public needs to be engaged in what's going on in the city and to bring their matters forward. I think at one point she came to a city council meeting early on in this process. Maybe it was an open public comment against her better judgment because she didn't want to come and speak. Never spoke at city council before. I just think that it's an important testament to the public to understand that you can have a voice in city government on matters like this and others, but sometimes you have to bite the bullet and come and make your plea in person. certainly it helps to reach out to your council members and get them engaged and working for you. And that happened here. So I applaud those council people that were involved. I certainly applaud her for bringing it forward in the first place and those of the city that have been working on it. It's much needed service. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. We'll move on to, do we need a motion on this resolution? Okay, all right. Are there any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
If there are no additional comments, I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2023-133.
Councilman Sukram?
I will second that.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, item 7 is resolution 2023-120 approving application for a class DK liquor license for Villasenor LLC at 305 East Military Avenue.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item was the hearing notice was published on May 17th. There's reports in the backup from our planning department and our police department. They both recommend approval of this location for this liquor license. There's additional information in there as well for you. I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding the item.
Questions for staff on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilman Vaughn?
Motion to approve.
Councilman Dinkins?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, item 8 is resolution 2023-121 authorizing the issuance of a conditional use permit for a drive-through restaurant on property located at East 23rd Avenue North and Deer Lane. Staff report.
The liquor license?
We just did that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wasn't paying attention. It's gonna be a long night. Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the request for the conditional use permit for the drive-through restaurant for the changes of zone we talked about earlier up on 23rd Street and Elk Lane area. The Planning Commission recommended approval with a vote of 8-0. It is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. It meets all of the requirements of section 11-50403 for drive-through restaurants. Staff recommends approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions for staff? Okay. Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. Additional comments from council? If there are none, I'd take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Sukram.
I'll make a motion on resolution 2023-121.
Okay, Councilwoman Lathrop. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda by council or staff? Councilman Von Baron.
I'd like to ask a couple questions on items 13 and 21.
21.
Yes.
Councilman Ellis.
A couple questions on 17 and 20.
Any other items from council or staff? Items from the public to be removed?
I'd like to have item 10 removed for some correction and discussion on content. And item 18 to discuss specifically the traffic study.
I'd like to have item 11 removed. I've got some questions and needs to be discussed over that.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. I would ask that number 12 be removed just for discussion and possible suggestion for use of funding.
Okay, are there any other items? Councilman Ellis, you're on. Okay. Take a motion from the council in regards to the consent agenda. I take a motion to approve items 9, 14, 15, 16, and 19. Councilwoman Ganem.
So moved.
Councilman Von Baeren.
Second.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-2, Mayor.
Okay, we're on to item 10, which is dispense with and approve the May 9th, 2023 city council meeting minutes. Can the constituent come up that has the question?
Brad Yeager, 2318 East Fifth Street. I asked that this item be removed for discussion in order to point out an item of concern relative to item 31. As it's stated in the minutes, there was in discussion of this and a request by Councilmember Vaughn to adjourn. It goes on to state, following a recommendation from council. I point out to you that motions to adjourn are privileged motions. They are not debatable. They are not discussable. And the recommendation to have discussion came from legal. You should have voted on Councilmember Vaughn's motion to adjourn at the time. If it didn't pass, it didn't pass. Procedurally, that's not properly recorded here in the minutes because you avoided taking a vote on a privileged motion by the advice of counsel. And I feel that should have been reflected in the minutes to reflect what you actually did, which was to ignore the rules related to privileged motions. Thank you.
Okay, comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilman Vaughn.
Motion to approve.
Councilman Jensen.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 11 is to receive the April 2023 animal reports. May the constituent that has the question can come forward.
I'm Glenn Kai. I live at 2550 Deerfield Avenue. On March 7th in the morning, we had a large dog loose in our housing addition. And the police were called. And animal control came out. But to my dismay, Dodge County Humane Society also showed up. There was a little tug of war who was supposed to take care of the dog. And Tamara of the Dodge County Humane Society informed the city people they were the dog taking the dog because they still had a contract with the city till October. So what gives? Is it still the city still paying Dodge County Humane Society? And all these reports you're getting, is that put on the reports that Dodge County Humane Society went and picked up this dog, went and picked up that dog? Forever Homes went and picked theirs up. Why are we getting two different people, two different companies showing up? I thought Forever Homes was supposed to take care of it and Dodge County Humane Society is out of it. Anybody tell me why?
Councilman Jensen.
I'll speak to that a little bit I can. DCHS is
Councilman Jensen.
I'm sorry.
I was done with, yeah, I was, yep, sorry, go ahead.
DCHS is legally challenging our dissolution of their contract. Why they showed up on this particular case, I don't know, but they have been taking some dogs, and we can't. I asked the question why we're accepting reports from them. We don't have a contract with them, but
Order, yeah.
Not quarterly and not a public record. We have nothing to do with their actions. Their actions are their own.
Sure, we can't
I
ask
don't know.
questions. Any other comments from the council? I would take a motion to receive the reports. Councilman Jensen.
Motion to receive.
Councilman Vaughn.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 12 is a resolution 2023-122 transferring community development block grant housing reuse program income de-obligated funds.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Angie Olson, Grant Coordinator. There were some grant funds used for housing rehabilitation loans from the periods of around 2013 to 2018. All of the ones that are remaining that have not been 100% forgiven are all forgivable loans. And we do biannual reporting to the state on those. If we have funds in our account under $35,000, those are able to be de-obligated back to the city. And in our last report, the city had just over $1,000 in funds in that account. And so we're able to de-obligate those. So this item is to de-obligate the funds to the general fund. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. My only comment was that, is there a chance that these funds, even though they're minimal now, and every year you may have to de-obligate funds that build up, is there something that we could use it for towards housing as now exists? Whether it is somebody that's just barely over that marginal area of CDB low moderate income, or if it's towards acquisition of dilapidated properties, or assisting somebody in renovating some minor improvement to their home who can't otherwise afford it. I'm just asking, I'd rather see a better use of those funds simply because they were there for low and moderate and helping people fix up their homes at a low cost way to do it. Why not use this as a grant per se and do the same and perpetuate that money and have those funds obligated for that use? There are times that you get properties before you because people don't have a lawnmower and they don't have the financial means on those fixed incomes to continue paying rising costs of utilities in order to take care of their lawns or their homes, et cetera. Perhaps this might be a fund or to assist in utilities, whatever it may be. I'm just suggesting maybe that funding could be earmarked for other uses to further enhance some of the improvements that are now in some older areas outside of the designated historic districts. We have a lot of older home sections, not only on the south side of Broad Street, but also just within your blocks of City Hall and those smaller homes. There is a way to help people do this, and this could be a fund you could earmark. Just would be some creative thinking, and perhaps it could help enhance other grants that Angie could come up with. Thank you.
Any additional comments from the public on this item? Okay, seeing none additional comments from council. If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilman Von Baeren.
Move to approve.
Councilman Sukram.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 13 is a motion to approve the discharge of fireworks by Midwest Fireworks Wholesalers LLC for various events. Any, yeah, go ahead, Councilman Von Buren.
Yeah, I asked this to be pulled just for one reason. There are no time limits on this. I have no problem with the fireworks itself. But it seems reasonable to put a late time limit on this in just simple respect to the surrounding community. I would suggest or move that we would amend this with a time limit of 10:30 p.m. Depending on how, if you had a very late game, obviously could go beyond that. So just out of respect to the surrounding area, I'd like to amend it to put a stipulation that would not be later than 10:30 p.m.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
This item, it's following the ball games. I'm not sure when each one of these dates are, but as far as people in the neighborhood, I think the Fremont Moo venue is in a quite industrial area, but the fireworks on July 3rd, which would be like the community fireworks display, they didn't give me a time when they would be shooting that off. Is there a community norm for that? Probably like 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. In my experience, I feel like it started at 10, but I could be wrong. Councilman Ellis?
Yeah, maybe I would ask if we could modify it to 11 or 11:30 or something like that. 10:30 is pretty early still. The concern is if it goes into overtime innings or whatever, there just needs to be some sort of cutoff. And I would even agree at midnight, but there just needs to be something that it doesn't go to a 15-inning slugfest and they're shooting fireworks off at 2 in the morning. So I guess I would ask that if you would reconsider your motion to go back to, let's say, 12 midnight.
I would just say that, I mean, the Fremont Moo isn't here to kind of speak on this, but I know they promote these games as firework games and people are coming to the game to wait it out to watch the fireworks. If by chance one goes late and, we have a lot of people that waited, 4 or 5 hours for fireworks, we're going to have a lot of disappointed fans, I think, in the event that happens. I get the concern. I just don't know if we're looking at that many games here. But it's up to council, whatever you guys feel is right. I don't really have an objection to the time, but I'd hate to have the Moo fans be at a Moo game and not get fireworks. Councilwoman Lathrop?
Most of the dates, it looks like, are on a weekend. So most people stay up later weekends anyway. And I think that they would use some common sense not to shoot them off at 2 if that happens, but I don't know, they're mostly on weekends.
Okay. Additional comments from council on this? Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, I guess I would kind of go there too at 2 o'clock. If they were waiting for fireworks, they're probably not waiting until 2 since they can't buy beer after 1 o'clock anyway. So I think they'd be done. I imagine there would be some kind of announcement. I really don't think it's necessary.
Okay. Comments from the public on this?
Brad Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. I wouldn't have spoken to this, but I tend to agree for some different reasons perhaps than are being articulated. I'm one of those that agrees with the extent that if the ball games run late because it's a marathon and it doesn't get over when it's supposed to get over, and you then are still allowed to shoot fireworks off at after 12, 1, 2, whatever time it would be, because this does not specify within the time, any time limits. I think it should have some, and here's why. It's fine to have spectator sports and have fireworks involved in it. But you've got several dates that you're going to be shooting fireworks off. You're going to shoot fireworks off for 10 days at 4th of July. You're going to shoot fireworks off on other days. There are people that actually work for a living that go to bed before midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning. There are people that own dogs that don't appreciate whether or not you're having fireworks on all these days or not, and they need to go out in the evening as well before they retire. As an animal owner, I can tell you, my dog hardly will go out during fireworks timeframe and for quite a ways after, because the explosions send her to the basement. So we need to be cautious of what we want to do for purposes of entertainment, which is good, but for the rights and privileges of everybody else in town at the same time. Some sort of reasonable compromise here by allowing these extra dates for fireworks is great. Specifying some sort of time limit is not onerous. I encourage you, 10:30 might be early. It's been suggested at maybe 11 or 12, but something that basically does cut you off by the time people that are working people would expect to be in bed and not at the ball game. So the few that participate in the ball game attendance shouldn't command what the rest of the city gets to do with regards to fireworks. These are not small fireworks. I've listened to them. I live clear across town from the ball field. You can hear and see them from where I live, and my dog won't go out when they're going off. So I encourage you to consider all aspects of this when you say, is it too onerous to put some time constraints on when they shoot these off? I don't think so. And if you've made it reasonable enough that even if you have extra inning games, they'll still be able to do so, then I think you should be fine, and that's a good compromise. So I would encourage you to at least consider a 12 o'clock cutoff time that says if you haven't and can't shoot them off by 12, then don't. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Okay.
So the way it's written right now kind of gets to that point, because when I spoke to the person, they said, they provided these dates, but it says they're allowed to shoot them off on June 2nd. It doesn't say June 3rd. So by default, it would be midnight.
Okay, Councilman Ellis?
I would agree with that. I think by setting the date sets the time at midnight, so.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Councilman Von Baron, I'd give you the opportunity with your amendment if you still have it.
I'll withdraw that.
Okay. Councilman Vaughn,
Making a motion to approve as is.
Councilman Dinkins,
Second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, item 17 is resolution 2023-125, authorizing the mayor to sign the civic optimized statement of work to allow for online forms and to renew annually with 5% annual increase. Staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Jeff Shanahan, Utilities General Manager. This is a change to our current software package that allows us to do online forms. Once we started looking into it and configuring the forms, we discovered that with the service agreement or the level of product that we purchased, we didn't have a way to segregate the different users. So if a Parks and Rec developed a form for online registration for softball, but then HR had one for FMLA registrations or anything like that, they could each see each other's forms, and we didn't want that. So we asked Civic Optimize if we could get something that's more isolated, so each department has their own area to work in. And so they came back with a proposal that's similar to what we have, but it's going to be another $81 for the rest of this year. And then it'll bump up to the $12,363 instead of $11,500. So we're asking that we get authorization to pay the $81 now, get the new software package, and then it'll be a higher renewal going forward.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Any questions from the council on that?
That asks my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Jen.
Comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll take a motion on this item. Councilman Sukram.
I'll make the motion on resolution 2023-125.
Councilman Vaughn.
I will second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, item 18 is a resolution 2023-126 approving a contract amendment for engineering services related to the 2023 traffic signal improvements project. Have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. This project originally was approved by the council earlier this year. And as we've been going through the process of them completing the study, of going through the data that we have, we've been starting to look at options to do more of the signal timing that was kind of planned to be done at a later year, to do that analysis now. So this is money that we would have planned to have spent sometime during this 5-year program. But if we move it up now, we have the potential to make some changes at the intersections early on so that the public can see the initial benefits of this project through better traffic flow. We still have some things to go through with condition of equipment to make sure we can do the things we want to do, but the goal is just to provide that forward benefit. So people, I put up a new shiny pole and you still are stuck at Clarkson Street through 2 lights. Nobody cares. So we want to exhibit the benefits of this project as early as we can, and then just continue to build on that.
Questions for Mr. Zetterman? Councilman Vaughn.
So just to be clear, we're not spending $10 million. You don't have to answer that.
Not with this particular amendment, no.
Any other questions? Comments from the public?
Right, you're 2318 East Fifth Street. I had this item pulled because I wanted to make sure that I understood a couple things. And I want to applaud the city and Mr. Zetterman in particular for ensuring that we're actually assessing the Bell Street Jaeger intersection solution as a part of this analysis with a traffic light study. So that's very helpful. My concern really is this: when it comes to doing the traffic study now and paying for something now, which is probably a good idea in many respects, as Mr. Zetterman just explained. But I raised this question about spending the money in some respects and whether we'll have to do the study again somewhat later. We're building a new grade school that's going to exit traffic on 23rd Street. It's going to exit traffic on Luther Road, which is also going to exit traffic ultimately on 23rd Street. Those traffic volumes, as I would read the material that was in the packet, might not get picked up. And that was my concern today. Are those traffic volumes going to be factored in by some method because they studied Claremore School traffic flows? You can't ignore them. Somehow you won't be able to record them because the school doesn't exist. So they'd have to be extrapolated from something and overlaid, or you'll miss a significant amount of traffic at 2 intersections on 23rd Street. And so my question was really that, because as I looked at the signal timing, it said final reviews will be recommended conducted when school is in session and scheduled for the fall of 23. Well, that new school is not going to be ready and operational in the fall of 23. It's going to be probably operational in the fall of 24. So how are you going to get the traffic volumes there? Maybe you have to do the study again. And I just hope that you would get some clarity about what we're studying, what we're going to pay for, and ultimately if we'll have to redo any of that because of the new school that's going in out there and the increased traffic flow. If the engineer has some information on that, I would hope that you would get that information from him tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the public? Additional comments from council on this? Councilman Vaughn?
Mr. Zetterman, would it be appropriate to say that with all the different traffic changes happening in and around Fremont bypass, the viaduct, the detours, Military Street, that there's going to be a need for reexamination of lots of different traffic flows and patterns and things as in the upcoming years? Would that be a fair statement?
I believe we'll obviously definitely see differences and changes. The traffic study that was prepared by the developer for the school site did allow us to provide that to our consultant. So they have that information, they have seen it, and they've evaluated it and integrated it as they're able to now. We'll never know until the cars are there, but we do our best we can.
Thank you.
I've also heard from a lot of constituents about 23rd Street and how busy 23rd Street's getting and the growth in the area, and to move this up and make it a priority. Just want to thank Mr. Zetterman and his work on that, and especially that Bell Street and 23rd Street intersection, which, I know we've had a lot of comments on, but at least we'll be able to evaluate that signal and look at the whole roadway when it comes to the future of traffic flow on 23rd Street, which I think will be a huge benefit. So any other comments from council? Councilman Jensen.
Barring no other comments, I'm to approve resolution 2023-126.
Councilman Sukram.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 20 is resolution 2023-134, approving changes to the aircraft hangar lease document at the Fremont Municipal Airport.
So we have been having a lot of conversations with the Airport Advisory Council in regards to lease rates. At the moment, our lease rates are not low compared to other places, especially as you go west and get further away from Omaha and Lincoln. In the Omaha and Lincoln area, we're kind of in the middle, but our costs to maintain the hangars, our costs to mow the yards, everything that we have to do goes up. And for the moment, our lease rates haven't been changing and haven't been going up. So the biggest change in the lease now is we've added an escalation clause. It won't kick in until after the runway is built. So it would be in the third year of the lease, and then would just be 2.5%, which was roughly what inflation was, ignoring the last couple of years, looking over a long period of time. And so that'll just help us to continue to be able to meet the operating budget. Major improvements like this runway, we're never going to have enough hangars to generate enough income to be building those kinds of things. So there'll always be things where the city may be asked to contribute, but to make sure we can maintain our operating budget, that's why we're doing this. There are a few other additional changes. They're mostly just meant to make sure that we are doing the best job we can to meet the FAA's grant assurances, where we say we're doing all of these things. It's nothing that I don't believe we were doing. It just states it a little more clearly in the lease document.
Okay. Councilman Ellis.
Thank you for that clarification a little bit. I was curious where we stood compared to other airports. I hadn't done much research there. So you're saying we're kind of in the middle?
For the airports, the general aviation airports that directly serve Omaha and Lincoln, we are. When you start looking at smaller airports and getting further west, our rates are higher. We also have one of the longest general aviation runways. So we're able to provide the ability for larger planes, jets, and things that maybe they couldn't go to Millard because it's runway's much shorter. So
the other change I saw was the ability for us as a city to enter the hangars for service. I guess that's already, has that always been there?
It has.
Okay.
It's just
I'm
kind of
just
updating that language. And the 24-hour notice has been typical. And
okay.
So
I've just heard rumblings, and so I wanted to make sure or wonder if you would be open to putting in a provision for just simply inspection. I've had constituents say that it's a pretty cheap rental area for RVs and other
Yes.
items like that, motorcycles. And I just wanted to know if you would think that we should be able to go in and inspect to make sure that what is being stored in there is up to FAA standards.
With this lease and the other regulations we have out there, we do have the ability to enter anytime within a 24-hour notice. And
For
yes.
inspection,
Yes, for inspection.
not just service, because I thought I read in there, did I miss something?
Yeah, paragraph 9.
Thank you.
Right to inspect.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank-
it's not, the FAA does not prevent people from using them as storage lockers. And if we don't have enough people that want to put their planes in hangars, we would have the ability to rent to those peoples, but they would have to be paying a real market rate for what you would be paying at the local.
So the
local source.
FAA has no problem storing RVs in an airplane hangar?
As long as we do not have people with planes waiting to use those hangars. They don't want them sitting empty. If we have a chance to make revenue, if we only have 80% of our hangars full, they would allow us to do that.
Do we currently have a waiting list?
It's always tough to say. We have people call and say, do you want to be on a waiting list? And then a year or two later, we have a hangar, and most of them, of course, have already found somewhere else to go.
Okay.
So we do get calls from time to time. We have one hangar that's opening up. But we are intending to do some inspections and just make sure that everybody is in conformance with their lease.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other questions from the council? Comments from the public?
Brad Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. I'm appreciative of comment just made by legal with regards to language for inspection at paragraph 9. My concern came when I read this initially, and maybe that's a broad base inspection that could be utilized relative to this agreement. But I would point you specifically to subparagraph 6, which deals specifically with the care and use of the hangar. And it specifically references 14 CFR 1's policy on non-aeronautical use of airport hangars. I don't know if any of you looked that up in your preparation for tonight. I did. And it specifically lists out the types of things that are permissible and the types of things that are not permissible. I'm only going to cover with you the things that are not permissible, which I think you should be specifically capable of inspecting. And I think paragraph 6 should have an inspection clause for this purpose. You cannot use it as a residence. You cannot operate a non-aeronautical business, limo service, car, motorcycle storage of inventory, non-aeronautical business office, activities which impede the movement of aircraft in and out of the hangar or other aeronautical contents of the hangar, activities which displace the aeronautical contents of the hangar or impede access to aircraft or other aeronautical contents of the hangar. You can't store household goods. You can't have long-term storage of derelict aircraft and parts. Storage items or activities are prohibited. Fuel and dangerous hazardous materials cannot be stored. Storage of inventory equipment supporting municipal functions unrelated to aeronautical activity. So there's quite a list that you cannot have in a hangar if you're following the requirements spelled out in our contract at paragraph 6. And even though paragraph 9 might give you general opportunity to inspect, I think it would be important in paragraph 6A to say the city has the right to inspect at any time to assure compliance with 14 CFR 1. It would be a simple fix to just insert that we have an opportunity to inspect at will relative to that specific federal code. I think it would be a good change. I would recommend that you modify section 6A to incorporate that, even though it may be supplemented in language in paragraph 9. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Okay, Councilman Ellis, you're okay. Additional comments from council? Councilwoman Lathrop.
I manage rental properties. Maybe this is different, but I don't think you can just show up and inspect the property? I think you have to give them a 24-hour notice.
That is correct.
Any other additional comments from council? Seeing none, I would take a motion. Councilman Jensen,
Make the motion to approve resolution 2023-134.
Councilman Sukram,
I will second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 21, my item, resolution 2023-135, authorizing staff to sign quotes for cameras and security access at the Key Memorial Library renovated building. Library needed to add this late in the agenda, so that's why it's Mayor Spellerberg item, is I needed to add this on Friday. I believe that there is, as they're going through the renovations and the expansion, that just due to the lead times of some of this equipment to get it on time to, be installed and ready for the new library, that there is, that's the time constraint that we're dealing with on this. So is there anything to add?
No, you've outlined it pretty well. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Councilman Sukram?
Nope.
Okay, sorry. Councilman Von Baron?
No, the only reason I asked, I just had two questions, just for my information. I would assume this comes from general funds, from our general fund.
It will come for the general fund. The funding for it that comes from the expansion, the amount budgeted for the expansion project.
Okay, all right. And secondly, just with, I know we missed the state grant for the library and some of those things with that, with funding. I'm not clear on where we are overall with funding. Will there be additional expenses like this that the staff may need to sign for? It might be helpful just to get an idea of what might be upcoming.
It occurs to me, I'm looking at Laura, it occurs to me that this is one of the things that I'm aware of that was separately stated as part of the contract, outside and apart from that. So in order to anticipate, I'm not aware of anything from a contract standpoint. Are you, Laura? No, she's shaking her head no.
Necessarily have a problem with it, just for clarity and for understanding for the future.
Sure.
Thank you.
Councilman Ellis?
Concerning the funding, is it coming out of the budgeted 2023 funding for budgeting for the library, or the expansion portion, which was like the $2 million that we went out for bond? Is that where the money's coming from?
So for the library, we have the $2 million bond, and we've been very intentional because that's voter money that was assigned to that. We've been very intentional in putting that directly into the MCL contract so that it is very much the brick and mortar of it, and anything that might be considered aesthetic or internal, that would come from the fundraising efforts that the library has put together.
So would this money come from the fundraising efforts?
I think it will. At this point, it would need to, because we are just about we've spent on the MCL contract. We're getting close to that $2 million threshold.
How much? So what are we going to do when we're out of the 2 million and MCL continues to do work?
So when you get our report of the Treasury, there are some funds that are listed in the trust account. And those are the funds that the city is holding from the fundraising efforts. The amount that's there is not everything that's collected. There were a number of generous donors, but they were doing, like so much per year, that kind of thing. Okay. So that is right now isn't a stagnant number. I think when Laura presents a number, that includes as if all of those funds were collected. But what you see in the trust account is the funds that have been collected so far and turned over to the city for that purpose.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Additional comments? Comments from the public on this? Seeing none, take a motion. Councilman Vaughn?
is a bit expensive to the average person, but for what this encompasses. It is a bit expensive on its face, but for what this encompasses is actually a fairly reasonable price in my estimation, and I think it's very necessary, so I would make a motion to approve.
Councilwoman Ganem,
Second the motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, the time is 9:08. We'll take a short recess, be back at 9:15. 9:15.
Sure.
I read a lot. So I think I don't need to expand on that. But maybe it's hard to talk about that. Could be bigger. I look good about you. You might have. Oh, good. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Well, that's good news. That's good news. All right, if we could get the city council back up here, we'll go ahead and get started. So.
That would be the last one.
All right, we'll move on to new business, which is item 22, receive fire station feasibility and facility study report and presentation from Shive Hattery. So I will turn it over to you, Chief Byrne.
Todd Byrne, Fire Chief. What you have in front of you is the final report for the fire station study, which was started about a year ago. We do have some representatives of Shive Hattery here who will be presenting this and have a presentation for you. We have James Walbridge, Ryan Schmidt, and Liam Larkin. And with that, I'll hand it over to them.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, council members. My name is James Walbridge with Shive Hattery. About a year ago, we engaged with the city to provide you with a fire station relocation analysis and an existing facilities assessment. And process that we went through was very finite, very robust. If I could have the next slide, please. We'll be splitting up the agenda tonight. So I'm going to start us off. Ryan will then follow with existing facility summary. Leanne will talk to you about the analysis and recommendations. And then I will end with the cost summary. Then we'll have the chief come back up and we'll also have the mayor say a few words. Next slide, please. So our process really started with very intense stakeholder engagement. And we first met with the mayor. We met with the city administrator and Chief Byrne. And we reviewed with them a variety of different critical components for this analysis, dealing with logistics, dealing with time frame, dealing with location, dealing with existing growth of the city, fiscal responsibility, and potential costs. From there, we moved on to having a very robust stakeholder engagement process with the chief's 3 separate shifts. And this was important because we wanted to understand from your first responders, from your firefighters, what is it that they see in the existing facility? What are the challenges that they have on a day-to-day basis? What are the amenities that they'd like to see in a potential remodel or a new fire station? And we also engage with them on a lot of cultural questions. We also found out that the chief and his staff have a very, very strong culture. Your first responders here, your firefighters, they've got a great culture. They all have each other's backs. They enjoy being together. They enjoy doing a lot of things like cooking together and spending quality time. And that came out in a lot of the cultural questions, including, some fun things when we said, hey, what about blue sky? And, one of them was joking, well, we'd love to have a refrigerator for our shift beer. And that was just getting them to loosen up, to get them to realize how important culture was, including how important health, safety, and welfare was. And this is the crux. I have to commend the chief and his staff, because the current existing facilities that he and his staff work out of are, they're completely substandard. I'm going to be radically candid with you. They need to be upgraded, not just a little bit, completely. The health, safety, and welfare of your firefighters is not being held in the best possible regard. And it's not by anything that the chief has or hasn't done. It's just the existing facilities. And so Ryan's going to walk you through a lot of the things that we saw. And we also engaged in a lot of questions that dealt with, equity, diversity, and inclusivity for your first responders, for your firefighters. While there are no female firefighters currently on staff, the newest stations are equipped and designed with gender neutral facilities that allow firefighters from any walk of life to come and participate as being a firefighter. And those were hugely important considerations for us to ask the chief and his 3 shifts and his staff. With that, I'm going to pass it off to Ryan. Ryan's going to talk to you a little bit about the existing facility summary.
Thank you, James. Yes, we have in that report, there's quite a few more photos than we're going to have in this slideshow here today. We just picked out a couple that we thought were very important. The one on the left here, current best practices suggests airlocks with double doors between live work areas and the apparatus bays. Currently, this is just, you come right from the apparatus bay, right into the live work area. Exhaust coming in, some of the gear from being at a fire. It's just not well thought out back in that time. Then you see the picture on the right. This is their workout room. They have to remove the ceiling tile to be able to use this stair stepper machine. And they have to place it in between bar joists too, so they can get their workout in how they need to. It's just not ideal for the situation they're in. Next slide. So this is a couple pictures of the apparatus bay. It's very undersized for the number of firefighters and crew and the type of vehicles that are housed in here. There's just very little circulation to get around the vehicles or in between the vehicles. Okay, next slide. And then these last couple ones here, this is, they have the one on the left, they have turnout gear that is right across some of their equipment they use for cooking their meals and dinners. Again, just not ideal, but they're making it work with what they have. Then the picture on the left there, the bedrooms have limited numbers of electrical outlets that create potential fire hazards. You can see there's probably in that one outlet, there's 8 pieces of equipment being charged, and anymore, pretty much every piece of equipment, tablets, anything you have, you're going to have to charge up. So that's something that definitely needs to be addressed too. And finishing up, I just want to echo comments from James that I think Chief Burnt has done, and his crew fireman crews have done an excellent job with working with making the best out of what they have for their existing facility and the conditions they have to work with. And then I'm going to bring up Liam Larkham next.
Well, thank you all tonight. We just wanted to highlight some of the kind of high points of the analysis that we completed, and then talk about some of our recommendations. So as we start to look at the existing facility, we start to look at the coverage that facility provides. So NFPA 1710 is a national standard that recommends or requires that firefighters be able to be on site within 4 minutes. So what you're seeing on this map in blue is a representation of the coverage provided within that 4-minute window. And so you're seeing that overlaid with the boundary of the city kind of in dark black. And then areas in green, we started to think about what does future growth opportunities look like? How does this start to serve the needs of Fremont, years into the future? So as you can see, there's a significant portion of the city today that is not covered based on the current facility location. And so that's something that in our recommendations, we want to address. So then we have, a lot of data that we've kind of sifted through. You're seeing in this map kind of a heat map of call density, if you will. So, darker areas show higher densities of calls. And so the existing facility does do a pretty good job of covering those kind of hot spots to the north. But again, you can see, even so 37% of the calls today fall outside of that 4-minute window. And then just looking at population density, 52% of the population. So that's basically, land area falls outside of that window. So it's clear that there's a need for an additional location to address the needs of the city today without even taking into account, kind of future growth. So as part of our analysis and looking at, future sites, we did stick to current city-owned properties. So what you're seeing on this map, kind of in the darker red, are city-owned properties kind of throughout the city. Now, not all of these properties are green space, some of, the ones downtown, there's the school district. Not all of these are available for a new potential fire station, but we did limit our analysis to current city-owned property. So based on the analyses, you can see that there's a significant coverage gap kind of for the east half of the city. And so we wanted to look at what that would look like and where potential options would be to provide a second station to increase the coverage. So you're seeing here 3 of many of the analyses that we did, kind of showing 3 of the better options. And so, what we also look at this is the overlap in the middle. So in an ideal world, you'd have no overlap and you'd have perfect efficiency of the coverage, but no city, no geography works out perfectly. So we're trying to reduce that as much as possible as a best practice. So it's kind of clear that option B isn't the best option. So really we're looking at options A and C seems to provide the most efficient coverage in minimizing that overlap. And also, it provides some additional coverage up and down the highway on the east side of town there. So as we think about, a potential second station for covering the east half of the city, our recommendation is location C, which is near the middle school on Military and Johnson Drive. So then, we also wanted to look at Station 1 and, as Ryan outlined, I think there's some serious deficiencies with the current station. And so we wanted to think strategically about what that looks like to renovate or replace that facility. And I think given the age of the building, the condition that it's in, it's just not a candidate for renovation. It's concrete block walls, the time and money spent kind of reconfiguring it just is not a good use of resources. And the other thing about this is that, that existing station does provide coverage for a significant portion of the city. And so to close that down or put it through a major renovation while also asking the firefighters to maintain operations through that renovation just didn't really seem to make a lot of sense. So then we started looking at, well, maybe the best case is to look for a second location for what we'll call the main fire station. And that would allow the current facility to remain in operation while the 2 new stations are constructed. And then that second or that current station can be repurposed for the city, you know, whether that's for other city departments, whether you demolish it and turn it over to parkland. But as we look at these two maps kind of in conjunction, we looked at both, you know, a location near Fremont Park, and then one at Masonic Park. And the thing about the Masonic Park location is that it really helps to minimize the overlap in coverage. And so you're gaining kind of maximum coverage and efficiency for the two locations. So our recommendations. So we recommend 2 new stations constructed essentially simultaneously. One on the east half of Masonic Park, and then the other one in the vicinity of Military Avenue and Johnson Road. The one to the east would be a little bit smaller, a five-member crew, while the main one downtown or in Masonic Park would be a 7-member crew. And part of the thought process for pursuing 2 fire stations at the same time is really the efficiencies that you gain from that. I mean, there's the potential to design 1 station and construct it twice. You know, you're starting to, rather than paying for 2 kind of totally custom facilities, you're able to leverage both construction projects and gain some efficiency. You know, we talk about employing a design process that's kind of a kit of parts, so that those common elements between the buildings can kind of share a common design, and you can kind of employ a more efficient design process. And then, you know, one of the things that came up from interviews with the staff was this idea that, you know, in severe weather, they have to hide in the showers because they don't have a storm shelter. And so, you know, part of thinking about these facilities for the long term is their sustainability and resiliency. And, you know, our first responders, their station should be a respite. They shouldn't be coming back from hazards out on calls and facing hazards in their station. So I think for the long term, these 2 new stations will allow you to address a lot of those existing deficiencies and really set the city up to accommodate its future growth. And I'll turn things back over to James.
They always give me the slides with the costs on them. That's okay. You know, obviously, we're here to advocate on behalf of the mayor and the chief and the city and all the council members. We wanted to make sure that we were being fiscally responsible and giving you the highest ROI for a potential capital improvement project such as this. This is a big ask. This is 2 new stations. However, as Liam mentioned to you previously, is for the existing main station to remain open, right, is critical. And so that's a key component to the overall project costs. The soft cost plus the hard costs, meaning all the architecture, the engineering, and the bricks and mortar to construct the 2 stations is $18.3 million. And that's our current cost today. We're also providing allowance for temporary remedial work through construction. And that's for the station that exists right now. As we mentioned, the chief and his crews are breathing carcinogens on a daily basis. We can't unsee that. We can't ask the chief to continue that process. So we're providing an allowance for the existing building to be upgraded with key mechanical infrastructure systems to allow them to continue to operate out of that existing station with at least a much more elevated health and safety factor. And that's critical. We've got about a $1.25 million allowance for that. And we've also allowed an allowance for what the chief educated us on, integrated training systems that would be split between the 2 stations. And that's critical for today's firefighters and first responders because they provide the necessary in-house training facilities that they need to stay current. And then finally, we've also allowed for escalation costs through construction completion. That's 3 years of escalation. So you're looking at a $24.19 million initial ask, and that's for the construction across all the various domains. The second part is the apparatus and the turnout gear. The chief in planning has estimated that he's going to need 1 engine fully equipped. He's also going to need an ambulance fully equipped. And he's going to have to purchase turnout gear for 12 new firefighters to actively staff both of these stations in 3 shifts, 24/7, which is what you need. That's a total of 1.64 million. So this is a considerable project. However, it is necessary. It is required. And we want to advocate for you all at the highest possible level to ensure that your firefighters and first responders are given the best possible facilities to be able to get to a potential situation in a 4-minute response time and to be able to actively serve the citizens and the city of Fremont and its business people in the best, most efficient manner. At that point, I'd like to open it up for questions before we hand this off to the mayor.
Okay, any questions? Councilman Vaughn?
Chief Burnt, yeah, your thoughts and opinion?
This is badly needed. I mean, if you look at when I started 30 years ago, trucks are getting much bigger than they were back then. We have a lot more different type of equipment. It's taking up a lot more space. We just don't have the space there in room. So this is badly needed.
Are there other questions from the council at this point? Okay. First of all, I'd just like to say thank you to Shive Hattery for the work that you did. You did do a very detailed process. You talked to obviously the fire department and chief, myself, got a lot of input. When you look at the current station, we're talking about the late 1960s. And you know, when you look at Fremont and you look at not only our growth in that time, but call volume growth and everything, and you look at our facilities, you know, we are going to need to upgrade our facilities. The fire department is a critical one. And so part of the analysis is that we got to look at that 4-minute response time. And so when we were looking at the 2-station idea, that's really what came into play, is that, you know, we would eventually need to have a second station anyway, okay, with our growth. So when you look at where those be located, it would make sense to put kind of extend the boundary of our 4-minute response time and put one, you know, closer to that west part of town as well as the east part to kind of give us as much coverage as we possibly could. You also look at the, you know, economies of scale, building 2 stations at once, as well as the need to be in that station to serve the public during construction. Okay, so there was a lot of thought that went involved with this. I think, you know, what we have to talk about is the price tag, and we have to talk about, you know, budgeting for this and how we're going to pay for these improvements moving forward. And that's one thing that the public needs to know in general, is that, you know, you're looking at you know, $25 million to do this, and these don't get any cheaper over time. We've definitely learned that. So I just thank Chief Burt for his attention to this, and Shive Hattery for the results and for the work that they did. And, you know, I think it really comes down to, we as a community have to look at this study. We have to be realistic with where we're at now, where we're going. And we have to, you know, provide the resources necessary to give our firefighters the facilities that they need, and for us as a community to grow into the future. And so that's really where we're at this point. Councilman Ellis.
I appreciate all the work. I do. I think you didn't tell us anything we didn't know. And that's the issue, is we've known this for a long time. We've also known that the police station needs to be totally, you know, rebuilt as well. So, you know, I hate to say it, but this town has essentially ignored or not taken care of our police or our firemen. And that's lasted the last 10, 12, 15 years. And so we've got a lot of making up to do. And the price tag is huge on both the firefighters place and the police station. And I frankly don't know how we're going to do it, but I think that's the task up here, is those two should be our number one priority, as far as putting money aside from bond issues that we can pay and sales tax that we get for public safety, all need to be redirected towards facilities to house our public services guys. So, you know, I appreciate the work tonight. It wasn't anything that I think we all kind of expected. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, the council, if we want to even try to think about tackling this issue. So thank you guys for your time tonight.
Councilwoman Lathrop.
I just wanted to also say thank you. I thought the the work you did, you put in, you not only looked at the building, but you spoke with the staff. And that's so important, especially if we want to retain them and get new staff in there as well. So thank you.
Councilwoman Ganem.
No, I just want to echo the thanks as everyone else has given too. It wasn't that long ago, we had a house full of people clamoring to add more staff, if you recall. And I was just wondering, where would we have put all that staff at the old building? So no, this is necessary, and safety is one of our prime concerns.
Councilman Sukram.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you as well. And this has been a long time coming, and Lynn's right. We got to figure out how to do this. So appreciate it.
Okay. I'll go to public comment and then I'll come back. Okay. All right. Any comments from the public? Okay. Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Ellis.
One last. How are you doing on getting the 6 on board?
We're currently going to be doing testing tomorrow.
What does that mean?
We're going to be testing. Right now, we got 7 openings. We got 7 people that applied that we're going to be running through the testing process tomorrow. And then by mid-June doing interviews. So hopefully we'll have people appointed late June, early July in that time frame.
So those 7, how many do you think will get through? What's the percentage?
I'm hoping that we can probably get 5 out of there.
Okay.
Then hopefully get 5. Then right after we get them appointed, then we'll re-advertise.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments from the council? Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, I just wanted to add into, thanks for everything everybody's done so far. Like I said, the ball's kind of in our court. We've got to do something with this. But it's like everything else. I could probably sit here and find you $200 million worth of stuff and make give all kinds of presentations about how really important it is. Now we have to pay for it, and we have to figure out, maybe get a little creative with some of the things that we need to do. And again, thank you.
Okay. There's no other comments. I would just take a motion to receive. Councilman Vaughn.
So moved.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay. Thanks again very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to provide our services. And thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Good evening. All right. Move on to item 23 is a resolution 2023-128 awarding contract for purchase of modular office facility to Eagle Creek Modular Solutions, Inc.
Thank you. Troy Shaben, Assistant General Manager, Utilities. This is for a modular office building at the warehouse facilities at 3000 East First Street. It's across from the power plant. If you're not familiar with where it is, the electric engineering department used to be located in this building on the 3rd floor. They work primarily with our electric distribution department, who's located at the warehouse. They were making 4 or 5 trips a day out to the warehouse to talk to the distribution guys. So in 2018, they moved out to the warehouse. They were initially put in the same area as the distribution employees. It was very, very cramped, so the distribution employees actually moved to a hallway between the garage and the main building. So their desks are actually in one of the two hallways that we have into the garage. The electric engineering department is in the same area, but we've added one employee since 2018. Their desks are very small. They work primarily with plans, prints, the large 24 by 36 inch paper. Their desks are just not big. They're too cramped in there. The building out there was actually designed to be expanded to the south where we're putting this building. The director of electrical engineering, his office is actually literally in a broom closet. It used to be a broom closet. That closet is actually the hallway that was designed to be the future hallway into what would be the expansion of the warehouse area. Back when the building was built, it was intended that the expansion would be brick with a concrete floor like the existing building is now. Getting into this project, we quickly stopped looking at that because the price was going to be in the $3 million range, including at least a couple $100,000 for architecture and design and stuff like that. So we looked into a modular office building, which is similar to, if you're familiar with like the outbuildings at a school, it's similar to that, but I'd say this is probably a little better quality. It's more of an office than just a school outbuilding. It does have a meeting room in the center, which they do not have a meeting room at the warehouse right now, which makes it difficult when they have training or they have safety meetings and stuff like that. A lot of times they'll just have to use the lunchroom, and it prevents people from taking their breaks or their lunches, or they have to delay. So long story short, it's very, very crowded out there. This is the least expensive option that we could find. And so staff is recommending to award the modular building to Eagle Creek Modular Systems in the amount of $298,000 plus. I can take any questions.
Questions?
If anyone has any.
Councilman Vaughn.
So is the intention to still hook into the existing warehouse in some way, shape, or form?
So this will open up areas now. Our intent is probably long-term to still build that next wing of the warehouse building that, I can't put a date on that. The good thing about this is it's modular. You can take it apart. It's almost like a puzzle, so you can build smaller parts out of it too. It can be moved to another department if the street department wanted it, if you wanted to move it for a temporary building to the power plant, to a splash station, something like that. It can be used for something else. It's easily transported. It can be sold. I mean, the big reason for this is it's kind of a time thing. We're really crowded out there right now. And to do the brick building with today's lead times and everything, you're probably looking at least 3, 4, 5 months to design it, advertise it, bid it out. If you can find a contractor, he might get it done in a year or two. So we're probably 3 years down the road before we would get a solid brick building out. So I think we're keeping the costs low, and we're also providing, for some expansion out there. It'll certainly open up some spots inside the building for other departments and give everybody a little more space to work.
So the warehouse building that this is going to be adjacent to or hooked on to, does it have provisions for severe weather?
It's a concrete building, and there's a area in the center that is like a tornado shelter area, and then there's a brick loft area, and then there are like garage bays and stuff like that. So the people in this building would certainly it's going to literally connect right to the building. It might be a breezeway, but it's basically out a door, into a door, and into here. So they'd be no further than 30 feet from where they're literally going to be 30 feet from where they were sitting before. It's just going to be in a building on the outside.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none. Additional comments from council. If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilman Von Baron.
Move to approve.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, item 24 is a resolution 2023-129 authorizing mayor to sign animal sheltering services contract with Forever Homes. We'll have a report from Chief Elliott.
Jeff Elliott, Chief of Police. What you have in front of you is a contract between the city of Fremont and Forever Homes for animal sheltering services. In February, we put out an RFP for animal sheltering services. It was out for 45 days. We also sent it out to multiple different organizations. We got one response back that was for Forever Homes. What you have there is the contract that's been negotiated between us and Forever Homes that we both find mutually agreeable. And our recommendation is that you approve this contract. Take any questions.
Questions? Okay. No questions, Chief.
Add to one.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Slightly off topic, but with Dodge County Humane Society kind of sticking their self back out into the world, do you foresee any difficulty with this arrangement?
Well, we've had this arrangement in place for about 2 years now, and we've the issues with the Humane Society are not going to go away until the court resolves that one way or the other. We've tried to address those with what we thought were appropriate measures through the county attorney's office, and so far that hasn't borne any fruit. So we're just going to put up with it.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Chief. Any comments from the public?
Brad Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. Obviously, the city needs a renewal of a animal sheltering contract, so that's really not the reason that I'm speaking tonight. I spent quite a bit of time looking at this agreement, even though it's gone up considerably in cost. That's not the issue that I want to address tonight. My issue is one of construct. I'm assuming that city legal spent quite a bit of time crafting this contract. That's what I'm taking exception to. We have a lawyer group that we pay almost $500,000 to. And when I read this contract, there are some things in here that may seem kind of minor, but yet they really shouldn't be. This contract is about animals. It's not about dogs. Numerous places in this contract were not amended to reflect the fact that you are providing sheltering services for animals. Intake for dogs due to surrender, for example. Intake of stray animals, secure the dog, evaluate the dogs. You're going to have surrenders of animals other than dogs, cats, lizards, guinea pigs. They all get surrendered, or they can get surrendered. So the language that's inherent in our contract should have been cleaned up. Are all animals to be kenneled at the shelter? Well, it talks about cleaning dog kennels. The most important thing, or one of the most important things to me, came up when we discovered in the contract with the Dodge County Humane Society that what they had provided in their RFP for backup material originally, which was their policy manual commitment to how they would operate in the city. And Forever Homes has turned one in, I assume, with part of their contract as well. When we ended up in a contract dispute with Dodge County Humane Society, legal told us, you didn't incorporate that policy as a part of the contract, therefore you can't hold their feet to the fire for violations of the policy that we didn't incorporate in the contract. I'm not 100% sure that we've done that in this contract. It may be in one section, but it doesn't specifically say anything about the policy manual being attached here too, as a part of the agreement, and the terms and conditions spelled out there would be conditions of the contract. I feel strongly that that needs to be done so that we don't repeat the problem we had with Dodge County Humane Society. You all know where that came out when the committee looked at all of those things that weren't happening. I don't suspect that Forever Home would violate any of those things, but good contracting would require us to fix the problems that we had the last contract that we had with a different sheltering agent. So outside of all of those places where it specifically calls out dogs rather than animals that I think needs to be corrected, I would suggest this. If you look at the resolution statement 4 says that they have in the past provided animal control services. That's true. But largely they provided sheltering services. Animal control was on an hourly basis. Their major job in the past was sheltering animals, and the whereas statement doesn't say that. And then the next whereas statement says that we're actually going to have a contract for animal control. I would assert to you, you are not going to have a contract with Forever Homes for animal control. They have vacated all animal control responsibilities, is my understanding. They're not going to do animal control even on an hourly basis. The city has CSOs and police officers that will do animal control. So the whereas statement should reflect that we are contracting with them for sheltering, not animal control. I blame a lot of this, what I call, you might think it's simplistic and we can just pass it as is, but these are the kinds of things I expect the city legal department on behalf of the city to catch and make sure are correct. You shouldn't have to do it. The public shouldn't have to look at it and do it. I don't understand how this kind of stuff gets through, especially in the resolution. You cannot be authorizing tonight to be doing animal control. I know the last statement of the now be it therefore statement says that you're doing sheltering, but the paragraph right above that says you're contracting for animal control. Please clean up your resolution language and make sure that what gets into the public record actually reflects what you're doing, and be clear about it. And if you're going to fix for those things, it would really be great if you'd fix the rest of the contract to reflect animals instead of dogs in the places that didn't get corrected. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Okay. Additional comments from council? Councilman Ellis?
Are we at any, I'm asking legal here. Yep. Can you pipe in on what was just said?
Well,
We're not contracting for animal control, is that right?
there's a stipulation of animal control being provided by the CSOs in the contract. So the whereas statement is fine.
But
It stipulates that the city will be providing animal control by and through CSOs. I mean, this has been worked on by myself and legal counsel for Forever Homes. I guess if you're asking me about statements that were just made by a member of the public, I would just caution the council to not listen to unlicensed individuals trying to perform the unauthorized practice of law before this body. And that is something that maybe need to be reported to the Nebraska Supreme Court Commission. But other than that, I can tell you this contract's good to go. The city's protected. The resolution's fine. And this is something that's important, and the chief has worked very hard to put this before the council today. So I'd recommend approval.
Councilman Von Baron?
Yeah, I wasn't here earlier with the Dodge County Humane Society. Reference was made to the policy manual. I'm not familiar with the reference that was made with that not being included in the contract. Did I understand that correctly? And I guess should we
Well, the Dodge
address
County,
that here?
yeah, the Dodge County contract isn't before the council right now. This contract is before you, properly assures that the contractor has to comply with city code and state law. And they've provided their own rules and regulations that they agree to follow. Their own policies may be amended from time to time, but this agreement ensures compliance with our ordinances and state law.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the council? Seeing none, I would take a motion. Councilman Vaughn?
Motion to approve.
Councilman Jensen?
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 25 is a resolution 2023-130 approving a contract amendment for an architectural and engineering design services related to the multi-department building project.
Good evening again, Justin Zetterman, Director of Public Works. So over, I guess I can't say exactly when the process started as it wasn't here, but for the entire time I've been here, we've been working with JEO on a solution for a new street department building, as well as combined maintenance facility with department utilities. And through that, you guys have had the opportunity to see the buildings and all the facilities that we were trying to bring under one house. And to get all of that done, get everything underneath roofs, we were looking at a 70,000 square foot building with a few outbuildings. We fully recognize that at a cost of $24 million just for that building, that it wasn't realistic. So we spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out how do we reduce the size of the structure to something that maybe isn't perfect, would not have. We currently have 70,000 square feet under buildings, just spread all over town with fancy skylights and stuff. But we looked at ways that how we can shift summer facilities and winter facilities in and out, and recognizing that, okay, in the winter, yes, anything that plows streets has to be under a roof. So drive aisles, anything we had to do, we shrunk the building down to a point where we could meet these minimal needs while still providing room for our new fleet maintenance department, and provide expansion. We also have decided not to pursue any outbuildings as well, and something that could be added on to the site in the future as we need to. So once we reach this point, we were still looking at a larger structure than what was originally in the RFP that JEO had provided to the city. And so to complete the additional work of a larger building, there is obviously an increase in their time, and this increase in the contract would recognize the additional work that they will have to do to get us to the same point, which is having documents completed, the design ready to go, and helping us through the bidding process. At the moment, their estimate is $16.5 million for the building. We complete this process and we bid it, and it's a number we can't do. We don't have to build the building. It may come in lower. We don't know, but this affords us to continue a process that we're a fair ways down the line. We've already been spending money on this project and get to the point where we're not dealing with estimates. We can make a decision on whether or not to build a building based on actual bid numbers that we would receive. And so that's what this amendment would allow us to do, and where allow us to get to with the project.
Councilman Vaughn.
The compromise proposal, I'll call it, for the lesser amount of 16 million, would that still involve us needing to hang on to and upkeep some of the existing city buildings to store or work on equipment, or would this be able to house everything?
We believe we can get everything there. They took an inventory of what we have, and there would be equipment that would not be parked indoors. They added a large kind of a lean-to on the side of the building, so we at least would have coverage for buildings. It would not be heated in the winter or anything like that. But we believe that we can make this work. It is not ideal. There's certainly gonna be some compromises everybody's going to have to make and say, okay, we'll move our equipment over here and to move things around. But I think it's something everybody can live with.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Ellis.
How much money are you asking for right now to go into?
I believe it's $136,000 and $136,100.
Yeah. It's kind of the elephant in the room right after we get, told by the fire department, they want 25 million.
You just approved another building, so I thought this would just fly right through.
It's really hard to say go forward with this when our police station is in the shambles it is, and our fire station, not that you guys don't matter, but we've been talking about a new police station for 12, 13 years, fire station. So we only have so much limited money. And right now, if we just shelf this project, we're going to save 136,000 by not going forward. But we have something on the books that we can come back to at a certain time.
We don't have much. There's nothing that we could,
Don't we have a design?
we do not have a complete
No
design.
design.
Yeah,
So
right.
nothing. A conception.
Yep.
So 136 will get us a design. I just personally don't see us as a city going forward with this project when our fire station and our police station need the money and the attention more. That's just my opinion. I'm not trying to downplay your needs. That just seems like there's just been some neglect all over. And I think the first and most important is the fire station and the police station. So that's my opinion.
Councilman Von Baron.
If we spend the money, the 136,000, does this get, what's the likelihood that this design would change in the next 2 to 3 years? Is this going to be final design?
This would be final design, and if in 2 years, 5 years, whatever that time frame is, we wanted to revisit it. Some money was found in some way. If we can't do it at this point, we would have that ready to go. Right now, we just have a concept, schematic layout, sizing, but no actual design. So completing this would give us something that in the future we could use if we chose not to move forward with construction at this time.
Yeah, I'm going both ways on this one. I understand the need. There's no question, but when you look at the need, we're probably looking at a total of somewhere between 40 and 50 million with all the needs in. So if we're going to do this, my point is, if there's any chance that we don't do this and the design might change in the next couple of years, I'd suggest that we maybe wait on this until we understand that we can afford to do the project. And I guess that's what I'm asking you for is if we do a final design, is that a final design that'll stand up for another 3 to 5 years, understanding the cost will change?
I would assume that it would be safe to say that in 5 years, our needs have not changed dramatically from what they are today.
Yeah.
10, 20 years, certainly. And that's why the site would be laid out and developed such that we can expand and grow over time as we're able or as we need to. But
yeah,
for the short term.
With the Port Authority being kind of a wild card in here, I'm not sure how that all plays in, but just
well, one thing
go ahead,
I'd
Jeff.
like to mention, you talk about years down the road, a few years down the road, what it'll look like. It's likely going to get smaller to keep the same price tag.
Oh, I understand that.
So
I
that's what
understand
we're
that.
up against as we wait and wait and wait. If 16 million is the limit, 8 million is the limit, size is going down.
Well, and we've watched the police station go from 10 million to what, 16 to 18.
Correct.
So yeah, that's understandable. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, Jody Sanders, City Administrator. One thing I would like to point out is that the funding for this facility is different than for fire and police. Fire and police have their own funding mechanism. This particular building will be paid for in part with gas tax funds for the area that's occupied by the street department. There will be some general fund contribution because the Parks Department will relocate there, not recreation. Recreation will stay in this building, but the Parks shop and the forestry group will be moving into this location, as well as the fleet maintenance, which will, while it will be, the activity will be charged out to the departments based on what is worked on. the funding, there will be a piece of the funding that also comes from utility funds. And so we're not asking, you know, as a city staff, we're not asking you to put this in front of the requirements or the needs of other departments. These are just all needs across the organization. And we're mindful of the funding sources for each of these and I understand the perception of putting one over the other, but when you're looking at funding, that's kind of a limited comparison, I guess, to say that we're doing one over the other. There may be room, and I'm using the big word may be room, for all three things to happen in a sequence. It's just that this one's further along.
Yeah, I would just second, we can't keep kicking the can down the road. I mean, that's the easy thing to do. We've got JEO working. We approved the initial design and concept. We are working towards a budget. We need to know how much this building is going to cost us. We need to have bid documents. We need to get those. We need to be able to see how that's going to fit in with all our other needs. You know, there's a lot of needs in the city. I mean, when I got in, this street department building has been 7, 8, 9 years in the making, and every year we wait, it's just, we know, I mean, that building is in rough shape too. So, I mean, I think we need to take the step. We need to, you know, get to some bid documents. We need to know what this is going to cost us. And when we get to the budget and we see where this all fits together, that's when we can make the priority decisions, not when we're here at the, you know, really, you know, close to the end of design and saying, I'll just throw up our hands and saying this isn't going to happen. I just don't think that's the right time. It wouldn't give this process the due justice that it needs at this point. So we need to continue this on and have a cost of what this is going to. And I think Justin and Jeff and the team trying to take this massive idea and, you know, really bring it down and cut from this. They're trying, because every time they brought it to me and no, this is too expensive. I mean, we had to keep cutting and keep cutting. And so we need to know what this is going to cost us before we just say no to it at this point. Councilwoman Ganem.
No, I agree. We don't know what JO will charge us next time if we don't do it right now and have at least the information available and then make decisions, because we will have to prioritize and look at that budget, because we have 3 major projects that are being requested, and learn a little bit more about the financing. So thank you.
Any comments from the public?
I hate to be always the Brad Yeager, 2318 East Fifth Street. I always hate to be the only one maybe that's getting up to speak on some of this stuff, but quite honestly, as a citizen of Fremont, lifelong resident, I feel compelled on some of these things to go, what in the world's going on here? We've already invested over $600,000 with JEO to get you where you are. You essentially say you've pared something down. You've got $16 million that you might have to spend. Maybe it would be more than that if you got something better. You kind of know what the estimate's going to be without doing another $136,000 spend to finish some additional work, with the possibility that you might not offer a contract to build it anyway, according to the staff report. And I would submit to you that part of the problem here is, if you have the $16 million on this estimate, and you have the $24 million for the fire stations that we just talked about, and you have a, I don't know, $10 to $18 million police station, that stuff should be in the capital budget discussion that for some reason has not yet been brought to this council. It's June. Last year, when I sat on this council, we were told, because we didn't get the budget till August, essentially, to do any real work on a council basis, that wouldn't happen again. You would get this information earlier. I ask you, where is your capital spending plan that reflects all of these major expenditures? And why haven't you seen and heard that all before? It would help you immensely if you already knew whether or not you could possibly fund any of this. in the budget that's being prepared today. I don't know what the status of that budget is, but it has not been brought to the council yet. And I know the mayor promised you all that wouldn't happen again. This would be done much earlier. Capital spending projects were supposed to come out like in January. The budget process has been going on and you have heard nothing. So citizens have heard nothing. But now we've heard we need multi-millions of dollars for the fire stations, and we probably do. Do we need this maintenance building? We probably do, but I can pretty much guarantee you from my perspective, if I'm a voting citizen on this and you put it to us and you said, do you want to build a police station, a fire station, and a maintenance building? I'm pretty sure police and fire for the safety of our safety workers is going to come up ahead of a maintenance building. It's just the way it should be. Public safety versus maintenance. Not to disparaging the maintenance department at all. They need facility, but my goodness, we can't build it all. You haven't tried to budget any of it yet. And I don't see how in the world you can continue to pass this along. This seems to be reminiscent of Tech Park. Just throw some more money at it. You've already spent over $600,000, as I said. Now you want to spend another $130,000 to get a design that you may not use. Why spend any more money now if you're not going to be able to put 16 million or 24 million or whatever in the budget anyway, because you can't handle it? Why don't you finish the design work later? Do your budget with the $16 million spend in there and see whether or not you can even afford what you are prognosticating based on JEO's work to date. Why do you need to spend more money, throwing more money at it? We did the same thing in Tech Park. Oh, we just spend a little bit, then we spend a little more, then we spend a little more. Now you're up to $8 million. This project started under Brian Newton. It was his pet project on the property that he wanted to buy. I don't know if it had anything to do with the Dodge County Humane Society building, but we didn't own that and we don't have it now for other purposes. That's where it's going to go. You're going to have logistical problems even at that site because you can't even get across the railroad tracks 90% of the time because the tracks are blocked. So feasibility and all of this kind of thing, this really needs to be thought out even better than we have. And I'm not trying to say you shouldn't do a maintenance building because the ones downtown are in disrepair. But my word, everything that we've heard about tonight is tens of millions of dollars. The taxpayers in this town can't afford it. You say, well, we're going to take some of it out of gas money, whatever. Yes, you can take it all out of those other funds. And you know what those other funds pay for? Oh, streets and roads and road repair and other kinds of capital plans that we have put off for the citizens of Fremont that complain all the time that you're not doing what they want you to spend the money on. Please consider whether or not you need to continue to throw money at projects like this. I venture to say you're not going to be able to find $16 million in the next biennial budget that you're going to be discussing in the next couple of months to do this project. If you're looking hard, you should be finding police station funds and fire station funds before you find these. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, additional comments from council. Councilman Vaughn.
So one of my fears is we're already into JEO $625,000. If we put them off too much longer to finish this and see it through to fruition, we'll probably lose that. And, you know, to refute a little bit of what I had heard publicly, I'm reading a line here. The current 2-year capital improvement plan for 22 and 23 included $8 million for this project. So essentially have half of it covered. That's not to say that the rest of it is a small amount, but we at least have a plan in place. And as to Jody's earlier comment, this is a different funding mechanism operating in an entirely different way than how we would fund the police and fire stations. We can't throw away $625,000 not to be able to see the final result of what they're going to come up with for a plan. We need to know what we're up against. It takes another $136,000. That's the price we have to pay. I'd make a motion to approve.
Councilman Ellis.
So let me get this right. We've spent 600,000 on conceptual. Is that where we're at right now?
No, we haven't spent that total amount yet. We get billed as work's being done.
Okay.
But to move forward, we need to spend the 600,000 plus the 130,000. That'll take us all the way up to an actual bid document that we send out for bids.
So how much have we paid so far?
Probably around 130,000 or something, I think, somewhere in that range.
And
They've been kind of on hold right now while we've been trying to come up with a mechanism to get this through council. So there's not been a lot of work being done lately on it. We did ask them to take out the outbuildings. So they removed that from some of their quotes on that. So I couldn't quote you exactly how much we spent, but it's probably in the 130, 150,000 range. What it does get us to, though, the total amount would be a bid document and a letter of recommendation to council for who to award it to.
so we've only spent 130 million or 130,000 right now. What is going to get us? I mean, we've already okayed 600.
Correct.
So what is that? I mean, we still got money to spend right now that we haven't.
Correct,
spent.
but to finish the whole project, to get it to that final phase,
What is the, what are we gonna get to 600? You said we need
Well-
another 130 to get us to the final, but we
Yeah.
still have money sitting in our bank
The-
account that we haven't paid them yet.
on architecture type projects, they base it on the square footage of the facility. So they charge so much per square foot. It was initially bid for, and I don't remember, 40,000 square foot or something, so that everybody could bid the same thing. Once we got the schematic design review, it came back as 70,000. So we were way over where we were initially bid. Finally, we ended up at 50-some thousand square feet. So when they look at their cost of square footage, it's $130,000 more to design that
So
extra.
we already
15
have
square feet.
schematic drawings.
Yes,
So it's not like we don't have anything. We could shelf it and come back to those schematic drawings.
the schematic drawings, I would call more of a schematic concept.
Okay.
There's nothing you could build from it. It gives you a
Understand,
layout.
but it's a marker in
Yep,
the
yep.
history.
It's the schematic design review.
Jody, this has been going on for a long time. When Brian was here, we set aside 4 million for the project, and the utilities was going to do 4 million, and that was going to build it. Where's that? Is that 4 million still set aside as unrestricted, or is it set aside as spoken for?
It's spoken for as committed for capital. The 8 million is in the budget. That was
4 million on our side, 4 million on the utility.
No, it's not quite 4 million because it actually is 50% to streets. And I think it's of the other 50%. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be a good way to say it, about 30 and 20. 30 to parks and only 22, because 20 to the utilities, because they're really only bringing over 2 mechanics into the new fleet department.
Guys, I'm gonna go back in my notes. I thought this was a 40 or half and half, 4 million.
I don't think so.
Anyway, can you come back to us with an estimate based off of the 16 million of where that money would come from? Because you're saying it could come from street taxes or whatever, which I don't like, because our streets are in really poor shape, and any money we get, we need to put on streets. Because the worse our streets, the more we're going to need a maintenance department to fix the cars that are coming off of the streets. So I'm just wondering, can we put this, continue this for another week or another 2 weeks, and you come back with at least a schematic of where these funds would come from? Because I get it, guys, but optically, this is going to look really bad that we're sitting here spending money on, buildings like this, and our fire and our police station is in worse condition. And so I'm just thinking optically, I don't know how any one of us could face any citizens and say, we're going to spend 16 million on a maintenance building, but our policemen still can't drink water out of their building. So that's where I'm standing right now, is maybe you can help better this situation by saying, okay, we can take the 4 million that we've got set aside, or 8 million, and parse it down a little bit, so it's a little bit easier for us to swallow. But right now it's really difficult.
I believe I have a motion.
Okay, I just want to make sure we get all the comments. If there's any, Councilman Jensen.
Oh, well, the motion's on the floor. I'll make the second.
Okay. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Item 26, resolution 2023-131, accepting and awarding the bid to Paulson Inc. for the reconstruction of runway 1432 project.
Justin Zetterman, Director of Public Works. I get to come back up with a little better news this time. So we had a really great bid process for the airport runway. Our consultant Olson did a fantastic job of getting the word out. We ended up with 8 different contractors bidding on the project. And the lowest responsible bid was Paulson Inc. They're out of Cozad, Nebraska. The people I've spoken to that are in the industry say Paulson is a very good firm, and I've not heard anything that would suggest that we should be worried with them. And so I think not only the low bid, but that we've also got a good contractor. They will be using Sawyer as one of their sub-consultants to help out. So there will be some local company involved with this project as well. And again, this is a 90-10 local match. So we'll still be responsible for 10% of this number. So basically $420,000 for the construction plus our portion of the design and construction management. So, but significantly under where we thought we were going to be. And if everything comes through, a couple $1 million on what the actual grant application was. So something that, yeah, good news.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Zetterman? Councilman Ellis?
Okay, help me understand here. I read an article in the Omaha World Herald that the FAA gave out grants to the cities in Nebraska, and Fremont wasn't on that list.
The grant that we've applied for, these discretionary grants will not be awarded until sometime in August. So that may have been last year's round of discretionary grants. But the program that we're in, we'll find out in August whether or not we actually get the grant. And from the contact I have at the FAA, he thinks we have a pretty strong application.
Any other questions? Councilman Von Baeren?
Yeah, Jeff, just trying to understand the mechanics. Is firming this bid and accepting it part of our grant application process?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
The contract won't officially be signed and awarded, but we do need this step to go through to provide the resolution to them.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, comments from the public? Okay, seeing no comments, additional comments from council. If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilman Ellis?
One question, this resolution has to be affirmed by the council before we can get the grant?
That is correct.
So you have to go back to the FAA and say the city has approved the project and we're ready to go before they'll consider us the grant.
Before it can be awarded, I have to provide them with the signed resolution and the minutes from the meeting as a part of the process.
Okay, Councilman Jensen?
If there is no further discussion, I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2023-131.
Councilwoman Ganem?
Second the motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 27 is resolution 2023-132 to affirm emergency declaration by the mayor and the utility general manager for expenses in excess of the spending limit for sanitary sewer main replacement between 16th Street and the access road near 23rd Street on Lincoln Avenue.
Mayor, City Council, Jeff Shanahan, General Manager of Utilities. When Lincoln Street overlay was presented to us, we took and sent the crews out to inspect the sewer line so that we knew the condition of the sewer pipe prior to them overlaying it, so that in case there is something wrong with it, we wouldn't have to dig it up when they got done. So we did an inspection of the lines and we determined the area between 16th and the access road there by Walgreens was not suitable to, we didn't want to risk it with the heavy equipment, doing all the grinding and overlay of that project. So we were debating getting it lined. The lining contractors really wouldn't tell us that it would be able to support it. The sewer line up in that area is only 1.5 feet deep. So it's very shallow. So we weren't really, and they couldn't do the project anyway. They were not going to give us any time frame. So then our next option was to try to get somebody to come in and do a replacement of that sewer line. And we want to get this all done so that we can have it open for school when it starts in August. So we reached out to a few vendors to see if they would be able to do the project. Penrose, who's doing Military Street, doing a great job. They said they could do the job, they just couldn't get it in the time frame. Acker Construction did not return our call, and Thompson Construction said they could do the work and get it done in the time frame so that it would be finished and then the overlay project could start. So we're recommending that we replace the pipe and have Thompson Construction install it.
Any questions for Mr. Shanahan? Thank you. Comments from the public? Seeing no comments, if there's no additional comments from council, I would take a motion. Councilwoman Ganem.
Move to accept resolution number 2023-132.
That was right. Yep. Is there Councilman Vaughn?
Oh, second.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 28 is ordinance 5644 of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending chapter 2, article 5 of the Fremont Municipal Code to address spending limits.
Mayor, City Council, Jeff Shanahan, Utility General Manager. Last meeting, we talked about the concept of the $1,000 to $50,000 being 3 bids, and then 50,000 to 100,000 being bids, and then going to City Council approval unless it was restricted by state statute. We've incorporated those into a revised ordinance that you had in your packet. The other thing we did was cleaned up a few items in there, like we put the utility assistant general manager under the general manager instead of under the city administrator. Some of those things didn't get cleaned up when we split the city administrator and general manager duties a year or so ago. So we cleaned up a couple of those items, but I don't know if you want to go through the entire list or if you have any questions.
You can just open it up to questions
Yeah.
if the council has any questions. Any questions on this, Councilman Jensen?
Just my only question, is there any reason not to suspend rules and do this in one reading?
No, not as far as I'm concerned.
Councilman Ellis?
Can you give me the situation where somebody could, at the city, spend $99,000 and not need city council approval? Is that?
No, you would need city council approval, anything over 50.
Okay.
Yep.
Anything
50
over
to
50.
100, yep,
Still would have to come before us.
correct. Yep.
Any other questions from the city council? Okay, comments from the public?
Brad Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. Just have a couple of concerns relative to this item. Realizing the history of how these paragraphs came about in the first place. It was under the consolidation of the positions of city administrator and utilities director. That was all put together under Brian Newton back in around 2017. And at that time, the $30,000 limit was incorporated into the city side as well as the utility side. The city has now split those jobs back to the way they were. I can see good cause as being presented by the utility side for the fact that many of the things that they have to do at the power plant are significant pieces of equipment, one-offs and the like, and bid processes are extremely difficult for them, and they probably need some relief. I'm not particularly bothered by the fact that they need to have some increases to accommodate that. My problem comes from the fact that paragraph 2506 is being increased for the city administration side. And for the life of me, other than for what was there originally for Ryan Newton's dual role, that wouldn't have been there in the city side anyway. Probably should have been stricken when we split the jobs. The thought that we need to raise the limits substantially on the city side without bids, I don't understand. Personally, I think that a whole section should come out of the administration side, but you certainly shouldn't be making changes to increase the values. If anything, you should still hold them to what's in the current code. Transparency in bidding and no conflicts of interest are really important. And unless you're on the utility side and have those kinds of equipment demands, I don't see those being on the city side. Should you be able to buy a $45,000 truck without a bid? Nah, maybe not. I realize we use government contracts for a lot of that, but the point is, shouldn't you have to do on the city side more due diligence with regards to what we're doing than you would on the utility side? So I would recommend to you not to change 2506, leave it the way it is. With regards to section 2516, that encompasses some pieces that are not particularly clear, and I would suggest that you should fix subparagraphs A and B to specifically clarify that those rules apply to the utility side of government. And if you fix those two things in 2516, just add a word or two about utilities, that applies to utilities, and make no changes to 2506. I think you're in pretty good stead as far as the public might be concerned. I don't think we want to go to the point where we're making things so easily purchased without bidding and oversight. You want to be as transparent as you possibly can be. It's not onerous on the city side. It's just problematic on the utility side from my perspective. Thank you.
Any additional comments from the public? Okay. Seeing none, additional comments from council. Councilman Von Baron.
Jody, I was wondering, could you give some examples? I mean, the utility side is pretty easy to understand from hard assets and all of that. What kinds of things on the administration side would come up to raise these limits?
In the same way, we're buying not the really expensive equipment, because those would still require the public bidding process, but the same pickups and everything else that we currently are buying, as the member of the public indicated, we are buying them on state contracts, looking for the best price. And the other thing that you'll note is that we are still internally requiring quotes be obtained. We're not just saying to our vendors, I mean, the last thing we want to say to our vendors is, hey, open house, just send us your bill and we'll pay it. We still want, and we do that now, where we'll ask for quotes even on smaller things, simply because we know it makes a difference when they quote us a price. If they know that we've done that, as opposed to say, hey, we want to, I don't know, a new lawnmower, let's just say. If they know that we're going and competitively asking for quotes from vendors, we get a better price than if we just sit back and say, call up a particular vendor and say, hey, we need a batwing mower, send us over one. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. And that's from years in the finance department.
No, my only concern when I first saw this is, are we migrating? Is inflation driving us to more of a no bid policy? That was my only concern.
no public bid where you're spending the time with the advertising, the 3 weeks. Advertising in the newspaper, and we also for the public bidding process, there's bid bonds. I mean, Jeff can talk to the constraints that are put on us for everything having to go through a public bidding process. And to be honest, you really can't buy much for $30,000 anymore.
I understand.
I think an example that we brought up last time was we tried to buy a server for the IT department. When we did the budgeting for that server, it was $22,000 or something like that. We went to purchase it and it was $32,000. Well, we can't exceed $30,000 without like an emergency declaration or something. So then we wrote a spec, advertised it for bids, paid to advertise it in the paper, waited for the 3 weeks to go through, went to open the bids, we didn't get any. So then what do? We can't buy it. And that's what we're really up against, is things like that. And that's where this would really help us, is be able to get those kind of things.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Vaughn.
So we split up Brian Newton's job into two separate entities for a reason, and we ended up with two very awesome, capable candidates. I agree. It's a sad fact of inflation and supply chain demand and you name it, excuse after excuse. $30,000 just doesn't cut it anymore. And I have full faith in our city and utility staff to spend this money wisely. And there are still caps in place that if something is very, very expensive, they will come back to us and we'll work on it together and get it approved. So I would make a motion to approve.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Second the motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending chapter 2, article 5 of the Fremont Municipal Code, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect on first reading.
Councilman Jensen.
I'm gonna make the motion to suspend the rules and move ordinance 5644 to the third and final reading.
Okay. Is there a second to suspend the rules? Councilman Vaughn.
I'll second.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Okay. We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending chapter 2, article 5 of the Fremont Municipal Code, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect on final reading.
Okay, cast your final vote.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Item 29 is a council member Ganem item, ordinance 5645, amending municipal code to adjust times for the discharge of fireworks. Want to have the council member with the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Gee, I just learned there's no good time. I've had this in my back pocket for several months, and I was waiting for a good time to put it on the agenda. I just learned there's no good time to do that. You just have to do it, just like our engineering building here. There's no good time. You have to just go forward with it. Actually, the birth of our nation is celebrated July 4th, and we've always associated that with the fireworks. We've had several requests for firework programs already. And we've had public present about fireworks and certainly the challenges that have been presented with fireworks in our own town. So the goal of this particular one is just to take one step, because people want no fireworks, to don't invade my rights to have fireworks. So I hear it from both sides. And feeling the review of some of this. I was trying to come with a balance, and I'm thinking at least one step forward would be to change the times. I was looking at this year, even though I'm a little bit late with that because we'd have to suspend the rules to really implement it for this year and really try to get that information out, is just to change one time. The complaints I get from church members who say those fireworks are interrupting the services, to a gentleman inviting me to sit on his porch with him to listen to the fireworks early in the morning when his wife has to get up to go to work because she's a nurse. Of course, we hear about the dogs. I have one of those as well too, so early in the morning. During the summer, the kids are out of school, and what I have observed is the fireworks that are being lit off during this week happens to be the kids putting them off. Some of them do them as early as 6 o'clock in the morning. So I'm thinking of changing at least the morning time from 8 to noon. They still have 11 hours of being able to celebrate and explode the fireworks and firecrackers, but 12 o'clock p.m. to 11 p.m. I kept the end one, so people who want to go to bed early really probably still can't, but only because statements been made, hey, it doesn't even get dark until 10. So at least they'd have an hour. And oftentimes we hear them after that time too. There were some pretty big explosions in my neighborhood this past weekend as well. But that would be the change of June 27th through July 3rd, starting at noon to 11 p.m. That should at least eliminate people being disrupted at church services, early in the morning being waken up by the celebrations going on, and keep July 4th the same, which would be 8 to midnight. So there is no impact with that. And I would ask that we would need to suspend the rules and move to final reading of this ordinance in order to do it for this year. Going a step further, I would like to look at examining the fireworks. Pay attention this July 4th, see what you hear and see, and perhaps setting a temporary committee to look at a comprehensive, to see how our ordinances, if they are fitting our city. But just the time at this point. Any questions that you might have?
Councilman Vaughn.
So the only concern I have, and it's probably fairly minor, but the folks that are going to sell fireworks this upcoming 4th of July holiday, they've already purchased all of those. And so if they've accounted for sales that range from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., they may be missing out on a portion. Is it 5, 10, 15%? That could mean a lot to somebody's bottom line that they've already purchased these fireworks. They've outlaid this cash already. And now we are potentially reducing the amount of fireworks that they will be able to sell over the course of this 7-8 day period. That's my only concern. We do have some local proprietors. And so I would offer an amendment I think that the noon time is totally reasonable. I would just offer an amendment that possibly we don't rush this through and we just implement it with eyes on 2024.
Okay, any other questions for Councilwoman Ganem on this? Okay.
Well, do I answer the question?
Let me go to public comment and we'll come back. Any comments from the public on this?
Brad Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. I want to applaud Councilman Ganem for at least attempting to get something through and at least dealing with one side of the equation. At least prohibiting early shoot off takes care of those people that work nights that would like to sleep in the morning, and churches would like to hold their services without disruption. So I think that it's highly appropriate to move the start time. Couldn't disagree more with Councilman Vaughn with regards to we have to protect those that are selling fireworks. You can sell all the fireworks you want. They can still shoot off the same amount of fireworks this year. They just can't set them off starting at 8 o'clock in the morning. They can shoot them off 4 hours later. So the amount of volume I can't see as being an impact and shouldn't be a concern. My secondary concern is this. I worked with Councilman Ganem and a constituent on this project for months last year. This is the very tip of the iceberg. This council needs to seriously think about what needs to be done relative to other things that other communities have addressed across this nation. Whether or not 4th of July, which is a holiday, needs to have 10 days worth of fireworks discharge into the wee hours of the night, which the police department cannot enforce. I know in my neighborhood, the fireworks are going off well after 12 o'clock, well after 1 o'clock at sometimes. And I've even drove around the neighborhood to find out who they are because they're breaking the law. Shutdown time needs to be enforced. I'm going to offer you a suggestion that we didn't discuss when we were working on this as a mini committee. There is a significant fine for discharging fireworks in this town when they're illegal, and some of these aerial bombs are definitely illegal, and doing it after 12 o'clock is illegal. The fine is, I think, I could be wrong, $1,000. It's significant. I think we should put that money into a fund to use for citizens who would use that as an anonymous, I'll report my whoever neighbor for doing so. You ticket them then, police department, here's your videos, give them a ticket, I'll get the $500, half of what the city collected. We need to put a stop to after hours fireworks explosions. I have a dog. I can't take my dog out at night to go to the bathroom before bedtime. Why? Because the fireworks in my neighborhood go off between 12 and 1 o'clock. And all the time up until then. So she won't go outside, not just for that day, but for quite some time. We had veterans that came and talked to us specifically that said, please just stop allowing all of these aerial discharges that remind me of the war. Those don't need to be happening. They're illegal fireworks anyway, but we're not catching them, and the people are doing it every year. People set off fireworks in this town, not even on the 4th of July. There was some going off again the other day. It's not a permitted time. They don't follow the rules because the penalties aren't significant enough. And so when we think about doing a cure for those people that work nights and need to sleep in the morning, which Councilman Ganem has addressed, and the churches, you also need to think about the people that would like to have quiet and peace of mind in their own community some of those 10 days. Do you need 10 days? Maybe that should be reduced. We talked about reducing it. Do you need the types of fireworks that are aerial and exploding and horrendous concussions? No, you probably don't need some of that. This doesn't deal with that. So I encourage you, this is a start, but please don't give up on doing what the original constituent that brought this to council and many public comment meetings said, we need to do more. I ask you, please do more. Don't make this the only thing you do. This is just a start, a tip of the iceberg. So doing this now makes sense. But there's a lot more that needs to be done. I encourage you to fully explore the other things that the original complainant brought to your task, which includes where can you set these off? Can you do it on public streets and sidewalks and whatever? Those are public streets. You have the right to drive on them. I don't know that you should have the right to shoot fireworks off in them and then have people drive over them and damage their vehicles. So all of that needs to be addressed. Please take a look at that going forward. Thank you.
Any other comments on this item? Okay, additional comments from council? Go ahead, Council Member Ganem.
No, my intent was to take a step forward with this and ask you all just to examine and take the phone calls that you may get. I found basically a lot of it boiled down to just being not neighborly, disrespectful toward your neighbor. One of the veterans, I asked just that the aerials be moved down the street instead of being blasted in front of his house. They just pretty much laughed at him and told him to get over it. And that's rude. Or the person that came to our council showed us pictures of 3 bagfuls of garbage from her yard that she had to go out and pick up and everything from all the fireworks that had blasted off. Well, we do have CSOs now, and that is littering. And I looked at our penalties. They are significant on blasting aerials that are illegal fireworks. But it's on complaint, it's complaint driven. And that's the only way the police can certainly address it. It's complaint driven. But my thought was at least to get a step forward with this and address one small aspect, and that's the time. And I don't see that it would stop. They'd just blast more fireworks in a smaller amount of time. So it shouldn't impact the sales people at all.
Councilman Jensen.
Yes, I kind of agree. Maybe we should drop the early morning stuff, but beyond that, I have as many people tell me they would like to see things expanded as tell me they like to see them more restricted. That kind of tells me we're kind of about where we need to be because we got people on both sides that think they want it should be different. I have a wife that works, I mean, her hospital shift starts at 4:30 in the morning. I have a daughter that's got reactive dogs. This 10-day period is not a whole lot of fun for any of them. But, you know, other people have rights too, and sometimes we just have to accommodate them.
Okay, Councilman Vaughn.
Well, considering that you've made no bones about the fact that this is kind of the tip of the iceberg as far as intentions on reducing firework, you know, in their entirety and whatnot in the future. I'm steadfastly against that as a child who grew up and started lighting off inch and happers at 9 a.m. every 4th of July for 10 days straight. And that was some of the funnest and most enjoyable times in my childhood. And I wouldn't want to deprive children of that today. So I'm going to rescind the amendment that I made and unfortunately, and no offense to you, withdraw support for this period.
Okay. Any other comments from the council? Okay, I don't see any, so I would take a motion to introduce this and hold first reading. That would be the motion, if there is one.
I'll make a motion to introduce it and hold first hearing.
Councilman Von Baron.
I'll second.
Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-2, Mayor.
Okay, and just to be clear, if the intent is for this to go into effect for this year, this has to be passed tonight, correct? Okay. So Councilmember Ganem, I don't. Oh, yeah, we have to have first reading. Yep.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending chapter 7, article 3 of Fremont Municipal Code, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect on first reading.
Okay. If you'd like to suspend the rules, you can make that motion now to suspend the rules and hold final reading.
I move to suspend the rules and move to final reading of the ordinance.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Von Baron.
I'll second it.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-2, Mayor.
Final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending chapter 7, article 3 of the Fremont Municipal Code, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect on final reading.
Okay, cast your final vote. Ordinance 5645.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Okay, next is a executive session. I would need to add in language if you make a motion. This will be an executive session for a strategy session with regard to real estate purchases and pending litigation. Okay, so add pending litigation in there. So I would take a motion to go into executive session. Councilman Vaughn,
I move to go into executive session for the purpose of strategic session with regard to real estate purchases and for pending litigation discussion.
and for the further reason that the executive session, yeah.
For the reason that you did it, that's the protection of the public.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilman Sukram?
I'll second.
Okay. A motion is made to and seconded to go into executive session for the purpose of the strategy session with regard to real estate purchase and pending litigation, and for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the pending motion is to go into executive session for the purpose of a strategy session with regard to real estate purchase and pending litigation, and for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest. Cast your vote.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Motion go into executive session for the purpose of a strategy session with regard to real estate purchase and pending litigation, for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest has been approved. Discussion will be limited to a strategy session with regard to real estate purchase and pending litigation. No official actions or votes will be taken during the executive session. We'll now go to the back conference room.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate all your help. Yep. Try not to bug you too much. I know you've got an extremely busy job. There's actually someone a friend of mine who's in politics. What's known as my ex-wife. So she do a lot of the secretaries. Oh, yeah. Kind of like a catcher.
I think it.
You gotta cool off, there, all the bodies left up.
She's not just.
Hmm? Well, she's done this before. She was. Well, as long as we got a quorum, we can go anyway. I guess.
No, she wants to.
All right, is there we missing any? Oh,
Sorry.
I see that. I think it's probably common things, might be nothing but Bible verses and hymns and prayers. I'm out.
Did we leave or?
I don't, if this was his first executive session, you might not know the procedure. Does he?
Well, we've had them before.
Well, yeah.
I mean. Okay, all right. Motion to come out of executive session, Councilman Vaughn.
Yep, make that motion.
Okay, Councilman Sukram.
Second.
Cast your votes. All right, motion to adjourn.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
And now I need a motion to adjourn. I gotta, you're good. That was just to come out. Councilman Jensen.
Motion to adjourn.
Councilman Vaughn.
Second.
Okay, cast your votes. Lord.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Okay, we're adjourned.
You too.